Papyrus.
Welcome back. Welcome, ladies, gents, non-binary folks. We've got an amazing match on our hands. We've got Smash and Dash versus Inksception plus sub. My name is Innocent, and I'm joined by Ace. Ace, how do we feel about this match in the first map that we're going to be seeing?
Definitely an interesting map to start it off with. This is probably the weakest mode on this map that we typically see in competitive play. It is still really good, but it is also very long-range backlines, for example, like an E-leader can really be super dominant on this map. But we have seen some balance changes, so I'm really just hyped to see if anyone's already switched up their comps. I wouldn't be surprised if we see any red pencils, if we see a lot of the cooler pencil, or like if we're gonna see like an N-Zap and a Stamper together, because that's a combo that works really well now.
It does work really well. Now the balance changes have spiced things up, especially for display. And we're, again, yeah, you said this before about museum zones. This is one of the more weaker modes we see in competitive play. And so I'm excited to see how these teams play on this map and mode. Since we don't get to see this a lot, we get to see more, I'd say a lot more clam blitz on this map instead. So it's nice to see a different mode on this map.
Yeah, and I also do think it is really interesting, just to see kind of the different strategies on this map. Because while on something like Clam Blitz, the flank on the right is very easy to follow up by going into their plat or by backing up, it's a lot harder to go anywhere from that flank, and you end up being stuck, so it's a lot more of a risky play. But I'm really interested to see just how this goes. Because you still can drop there, it's just a lot more committal, and you don't have anywhere to go after that. So your team needs to follow up on it. So off the bat flanks are a lot less common on this mode, but they still can work. And it is a pretty good way to catch a team off guard if your team is pushing in from your plat. If you drop on the flank, then you can go for a really cool pincer maneuver, which isn't something you can do on almost any other map in this game.
Yes, that's one of the great things about Museum. We're just waiting for the players to ready up. We'll be getting in this quite soon, and as soon as I say it, here we go. We'll be seeing what these teams decide to bring during this incident. We'll be seeing the I said Dapples. We're seeing the Dualies come out off the side of Smash and Dash, and we're going to be seeing the Wasabi, and I believe that the Wasabi coming out from Inksception.
You know you're a Splatoon 1 player when you call it the Wasabi splatter shot. I'm surprised we're not seeing any pencil here, but it looks like Smash and Dash is taking some very interesting plays off the bat here. Moving into the zone, but they drop just a little bit desync. That cooler comes out a little late, and Inksception is on their way into Smash and Dash's plat, and they already have that cooler up, and they are going to have this Inkstorm as well, which has just been buffed. The Inkstorm now heals you like you're in squid form always, so you can fight with it really well. And you can still be shooting and fighting and healing at the same time. And it looks like that Inksception is going to take full advantage of that as that Inkstorm slowly moves up in plat, and as Inksception slowly starts taking it over. But there is a zap still in plat that they didn't quite take care of. Shejet is throwing mist at them, and so the splatter shot does go down, but that little bit of disruption could be all Smash and Dash needs to get back in here.
Great plays from the Inksception and Sullivan, already down to 20 points. This is a great push on zones here, and it's up to Smash and Dash to find a way back into this. Inksception doing a great job with their forward control, and Dazuka doesn't even find one, and there's 4 points remaining, 2-1, and there will be no contestation there. That's going to be a perfect knockout by the side of Inksception and Sub.
Ooh, yeah, double Zuka. The thing about double Zuka that I think a lot of people don't realize is that it's only good if your Zukas both connect. And if both players don't have really good aim with that Zuka, seeing the full dab there, if the players on your team don't have great aim with that Zuka, then it's really easy to just pop 2 specials and have nothing happen. Especially if your team doesn't move up off of the pressure, because even having that Zuka up is going to make the enemy team position a little differently, just like having a leader setup would. And so if your team doesn't take advantage of that, then it's not actually that effective. And that is one of the reasons why I think Zuka is a little bit overhyped in a lot of levels. Because while at top level, people are going to have the mechanics to hit that Zuka shot very reliably. If you don't have those mechanics, then Zuka can be very much a deadweight special if you're not careful.
A very hit or miss special indeed, depending on whether you, hit or miss. And as opposed to something like maybe a triple ink strike would give you with map control, a Booyah would give you with map control, or of course cooler being cooler. But here we'll be getting into map 2, which is going to be zones, humpback pump track. Again, one of these modes we normally don't really see on humpback pump track. We tend to see Rainmaker a lot on this map, so I'm excited to see what Smash and Dash will bring to try to make a different story, because the last Splat Zones map we just saw just happen ended with a perfect from Inksception and Sub, so it'd be going to Splat Zones immediately after that. They've got to be confident in humpback pump track.
If I'm not mistaken, this is a zones only tournament.
Oh,
I might be mistaken.
that's why. Oh.
And I'm not actually, we're running this tournament on Sendu.inc, which is something we've never done before. I think this is Sendu.inc's first tournament, or at least this is actually its second one. Okay. Yeah. We had Paddling Pool on Sendu.inc. But it is, so I don't know if the maps are actually set in stone or if we just can't see them. Oh, it is counterpick. Okay. So counterpicking Humpback is pretty interesting here. This map is it's not one of my favorites in terms of how good the map is, but playing it, there are some really interesting strategies. Mostly, because I have dually sculpture brain rot, it's really easy to, on this map, go into the enemy's plat and then just live there, and that's your home. And then if they try to shoot you, you can just dodge roll away because it's bunker, but you have it instead. And I would be surprised if we see anything like that with especially these weapon comps. But I do think it is pretty interesting. We're seeing Smash and Dash is sticking with the double Zuka though, which is really interesting. And I think it is a triple shooter comp with a dually as well, which I think is kind of I think it can work on this map because, I mean, shooters are versatile enough to work on. Oh, wait. We're seeing some actually really good plays from Smash and Dash here, actually getting some very strong footing in mid. So it's clear that they have a good sense of how to play on this map. I do think their lock of any form of AoE is a significant disadvantage, though, because in mid, you are hard-pressed to find a clear line of sight. And anyone with AoE, like a Slosher on Inksception's team, can get a lot. They can be so much more free with their positioning because they can hit people from such creative angles. And here we see Inksception getting a huge collapse on the enemy team, just like it's nothing, getting complete control of mid, and we can see them already scaling out, setting up a decent amount of control. Shark those ledges. The Zuka comes out, but does get one though. Picking that C-Jet is pretty pivotal right now. And we can see them trying to slowly scale up, trying to fight for this area here.
Yes, I wanted to say a bit before that you were talking about the lack of AoE.
We have a crab tank. The dually is actually doing the thing where they're in their walls, but they don't quite play it right, I don't think. And they do go down to that slosher, and that's going to leave Smash and Dash 2 down as well. Being on that flank as soon as you've gotten wiped is really not what you want to see a lot of the time. You need to be with your team in order to actually help them retake. And that dually going down there is going to mean they won't have that crab tank, and that's going to be another one down. And unless the Zuka gets some sort of miracle play, that is going to be game 2, going to Inksception as well. So very one-sided set there, but I do think that game was at least a little bit more back and forth.
Yes, it was a little bit more back and forth because there was a push from Smash and Dash in the beginning, but it just ended up not working out for them, and this will be a quick 2-0 coming out from Inksception and sub. Absolutely solid work there. And you were talking about the lack of AoE on the side of Smash and Dash. I think that was shown when, Inksception and sub, right as you were talking that, popped, triple Ink Strike and used all that AoE to flip the zone there. You talked about this flanking crab. It could have been absolutely pivotal, but it ended up going down. And unfortunate happenings there, but a great showing from Inksception and sub, going 2-0. We'll be seeing more of them later in the tournament, hopefully.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see if either of these teams advance on the bracket. And here we can see the bracket on Sendu.inc. And this was actually the first set to be completed. By the looks of it, unless there's some sets below the screen right now. But Inksception and sub is going to go on to fight CINTUREO, whereas Smash and Dash I believe, are proceeding to the losers bracket because this tournament is double elimination. And so we're going to have to... I don't know if we're going to stream that, but if Inksception and sub can win on CINTUREO, then they will advance to round 3 as well, which will be nice to see. It's interesting to see if Smash and Dash will get a redemption in the losers bracket. But very, very interesting first set. Very, very quick one-sided. But those games do happen in tourneys sometimes. You can't have close games before you have these games. But I do believe we are going to be going on a short break for the next set.
Yes, we will be. stay right there because we're going to be going to a short break.
Yep.
Welcome back. We've got a wonderful match on our hand. We have Trippelfrittierte. God.
Oh my goodness gracious, that's a team name.
No. I've got to pronounce this for the life of me. Versus Chaos. An interesting match. An interesting team name. I always say I want to see more like this. Keep giving us names that are whack. Keep giving us names that are funny and that we can't pronounce. Thank you very much. Whoever's team this is, thank you.
I do think...
Oh, of course it's Brownies.
Yeah. Brownie knows. Brownie... That's gotta mean something.
I'm
I don't know
immediately
if...
looking this up.
Yeah. And khaosn't is also just a funny team name. Though I still think the funniest team name I've ever seen is Go Get 'em Jeff, and then Jeff was on Sploosh, and it was the most unhinged set I've ever commentated. But I'm hyped to get into this set. We're seeing Mako here, which is definitely one of the Zones maps of all time, if not the Zones map of all time. It's very much... It's a classic. We've been playing on this for, like, what, 7 years now? How old is Splatoon 2? This map came out at Splatoon 2 launched, and it has barely been changed ever since, and it's still one of the best maps this series has ever seen. If not the best map the series has ever seen. It's playable in every mode. It's good in, like, 2 or 3 of them. Because you see this on Zones and TC a lot, Clams a little bit, and you don't see it on Rainmaker much. But I don't think there's a single map in this game that is good competitively on all 4 modes, because that's just something that's really hard to pull off. But if any map gets close to pulling it off, it's this one.
It is this one indeed. My brain just short-circuited. I'm so very sorry. Mako Mart is indeed a great map, and we're going to be seeing a splash. Get me out of here. Oh, God, double splash. Get me out of here. I'm having flashbacks.
I do think it's really interesting that we're seeing both Zap and Splash here. Triple shooter on both sides, which is definitely interesting. Both of these teams have insane paint, especially the other team, Triple, which has triple shooter and also pencil. Whereas khaosn't is using the triple shooter to set up the knot. And with that Inkstorm, I definitely see why. Though I do think Inkstorm has potential with a lot of crazy comps, and I think you going triple shooter with that Inkstorm is a bit of wasted potential. But we'll see if they can prove me wrong. That crab tank does actually end up trading with the shot, though.
It does end up trading with a shot. Unter cutoff. I almost got it right. Getting a good trade, getting a trade there with the crab, but it's good shut down. Trippelfrittierte Gambawaffeln is coming back in on the right side of this map. I think I pronounced it right. Brittany's gonna have a field day with this cast.
But, we're seeing a pretty solid retake from Triple here, but they have gotten pushed back a little bit. That cooler coming out, though, is going to make them so they can get back into the zone super fast. And that Zap taking such a risky fight there and going for that jump camp as well, getting that double, securing a huge amount of control for their team. And if they can win the fight versus the shot, it'll be huge. But unfortunately, the 2v1 comes out in Chaos and is back in control of the zone.
Brownie trying to do a lot there and almost gets the point secured for the team, but the Punisher is there. 50 points remaining for Chaos to start actually getting more points on the board. But it's up to Triple, and I'm just going to call them Triple like you do, to try to get back in. And that team push has already been stopped. Chaos doing a great defensive job here, but here comes out the crab tank and the rain, and that's gonna be two great specials to try to get back in, but the back flank is absolutely massive, and now there's only 14 points remaining. Triple have to make something happen. Brownie getting pressured. Brownie goes
Jovi on the shot, going for the god flank, completely disrupting their push and winning the game. That was such a fantastic flank, and nobody saw it coming. That was an incredible play. Very much the game-ending play right there. Very good gameplay from both sides, though. And I do definitely think it's interesting that we saw an Inkstorm on both sides. Because the Inkstorm buff might be very significant. Inkstorm might be like top 5 special now, though we don't know yet. It's way too early to call it, but almost everybody is experimenting with it because it feels so good to fight inside of that Inkstorm. And I feel like as people continue to use the new Inkstorm and continue to find the new ways you can strategize around it, it might become something that's really scary to deal with, especially for chip damage heavy comps. Like, I think one of the weapons that will be hurt the most by somebody sitting inside of an Inkstorm is Pencil. Because Pencil needs to hit those 2 shots in fairly quick succession to kill you if you're inside that storm. Because you can be fighting, you can be standing, and you will be fully healed in about 3 seconds. And you will start healing in 1 second. And you'll start healing very fast, like you're sharking in squid form. So it's just it's a super interesting change. And it makes me wish we had more Inkstorm kits, because if you think about it, imagine an Inkstorm on Umbrella, or like a Dually Squelcher, or a Tetra, something that can just sustain themselves in kid form and use the healing to keep themselves alive. Because something like a shooter actually doesn't benefit from this much, because you can go into squid form very easily and start that healing very quick, but something slower, or something that wants to be on its feet more often, is going to be healed by the Inkstorm a lot more. And I think, especially Nautilus, this pushes the Nautilus kit into being very good, because Nautilus will be on its feet a lot, and it's going to be fighting inside of that storm, and it's going to be constantly healing off of it. But we are going to see Zone's Brinewater Springs. What are your thoughts on this map?
This is a really small map, and it's very important to get forward map control on this map. So I'm excited to see what teams do, what teams bring. I think the Inkstorm is more powerful on this map on the previous one because of how small the map is. That Inkstorm just naturally will cover more space. So I'm excited and interested to see what will happen, what's going to be going on here with the team comps. The pencil is going to be brought out, of course, pencil on both sides, splash on both sides, and it looks like it's going to be mirror comps. Actually, yeah.
Oh, wait. Yeah, no,
Oh.
this is a complete pure mirror comp, which I think is really interesting. Like, I can see the mentality behind it, but I can't help but feel that there's wasted potential with triple shooter. None of these weapons are going to benefit from the Inkstorm nearly as much as something else would, because they can always do that mobility, and they always have that healing up. But that being said, khaosn't has an early lead on the zone, and they've got a slight early advantage, though that Inkstorm coming out is going to get Triple back in just a little bit, but it's not quite enough, and they're going to be pushed back into spawn, continuing to go down to this crab tank. Zuka coming out is going to break it, though. But we're going to have to see how these players retake.
We're going to see how they retake indeed, and I said pencil with full thought that it was actually just the normal cooler pencil, but in fact the cooler option is going to be the end zap on both. It's the red soul coming out from both sides for that Inkstorm, and I'm excited to see, look, I'm excited to see more red soul, you know?
The red soul. That is such a good name for it. But we are seeing Gotta Poop on the Zuka, trying to get a shot out, but they end up going down. But that being said, Brownie on the Zap is going to be getting some picks here. Shout out to them. They're usually the one who does the streams.
That's our producer, baby.
Yeah. But we're seeing the shot. Gotta Poop with the redemption. Getting the Zuka pick now. Trying to do some work here. Trying to take these fights. Zap trying to follow up, but not quite being able to. But we are seeing Triple still in control of the zone, and khaosn't is starting to get their back pushed against the wall here.
Back against the wall, khaosn't finally getting a solid control over the zone, but it's one of the more powerful things about Inkstorm, other than that healing now, it's also, it just gets a lot of paint in a big line, which is very helpful for this map with its very flippy zone. Flippant zone, one might say, but that's going to be a massive 3 splat, and Unta Kartful absolutely laying it down. I had to take a pause there to try to read the name again. Brittany and all the members of Triple are pushing up super far there. This is the power of this map in specific, is that it's all about how forward you can make your map control.
And Giove popping the Zuka, getting no picks, unfortunately. Having a Zuka come out with nothing to see for it. But they have flipped the zone, partially with help of the crab tank, partially with help of the fact that Pencil can just spam paint on the zone on this map very easily from Snipe. But we are seeing some very chaotic fights here. Ironic, given khaosn't's name. But the Pencil is getting a lot of pressure out. Crab Tank coming out as well. And Triple is still barely holding mid in one of the scrappiest waves I've seen, but they do still technically have mid control, and khaosn't can't move up past it very well. But here we see the Inkstorm coming out. They're going to try to fight in it. But Triple is actually pulling them off to the side away from the storm and taking the fights on their own terms. And they do get the double off of that and win the team fight.
They do win that team fight indeed. That's 2, and this is going to be that forward map control I was talking about earlier. Here we see the Zuka pop. It actually does get 1, but when you pop it that far in, it's more about scaring, keeping the enemies back, not letting them push up. That's 2 down on the side of Triple. It's going to allow khaosn't to push back in with that crab tank, with that pencil. The red soul trying to get all the paint down on the zone. Gotta Poop trying to put a spoiler to the plans, but he had to poop and died. I tried to make a joke there. That's going to be forward map control gained by khaosn't as a flip zone, and the Punisher is gone. It's going to be raw points gained at Inkstorm, keeping Triple back here. Triple need to get back in this before those points go any lower than 18.
Yeah, but here we see Triple already pushing back in. Gotta Poop dropping off the ledge. It seems like this team is trying to make this game quick. I wonder why. But, but we are seeing them taking some crazy fights here. Gotta Poop getting a trade with Giove, both of them on the shot. And Splash going down as well, though. So both teams are going down so much here. And so this game is just getting very, very scrappy at the moment. But we do see the Zuka coming out, potentially getting a pick on this Pencil, but no, they do end up dropping. And trying to get just a little bit of space here, using the new position to their best of capabilities. But as Triple is starting to fall down, they're popping Crab and using the pencil to stall out. They have just gone 2 down and completely stalled out Chaos. And now only when they are... Now they're back up, and this is Chaos' chance to push back in. But Jovi on the shot, trying to make some fights happening. Fighting 2, but getting 1. Going down to the Inkstorm. Crab Tank coming out, though. Potentially getting a pick on Gotta Poop on the splatter shot, but not quite. But they are going to try to fight up and get some value out of that. But they feed up just a little too much, and their team doesn't capitalize off it. Zuka getting 2, and that is going to get Triple back in, confirming the game for them.
One of the hardest things about this map is trying to win in overtime when you're on the back foot, because the thing about Brightwater Springs is that zone is super small. Again, small map, small zone. A pencil can easily paint most of the zone with even just the simple full 5 charge. So when you're trying to come back, khaosn't trying to come back in that overtime, all it takes is a couple picks, a couple members on your team to go down, and it's practically over for you. And that's what happened in the end. Those 2 picks happened, and the zone flipped near instantly after that. So great job from Triple.
Yeah, I will say, khaosn't got Triple 2 down, and it seemed like all was over, but this Crab Tank, not the one we're seeing right now, but they did end up popping a Crab Tank with the pencil stalling out the zone, and it was such a wonderful stall because it gave their team time to jump back in, and by the time the Crab Tank was over and they were starting to push back up, it was already a 4v4 again. And so that's kind of a case of using Crab Tank. It doesn't get any picks, but it wins the game anyways.
Crab Tank, I'd say Crab Tank, yeah, Crab Tank has a lot more functionality than just me be giant thing that kills people, right? It has, especially due to its high health, it is a stall special. At the end of the day, it is a great survival install special if you need to put something in a place and stall for time for your teammates to get back, stall for time for your teammates to push up, stall for a teammate to get a necessary special like Zuka or another cooler. It is a great special in that realm. It's definitely not the special it used to be, thank God. But we'll be going to Robo Ramen. Enough talk about crab zones. Let's talk about Robo Ramen. This is actually my first time casting this map and seeing this map since I haven't played since this map launched.
Yeah, and we're seeing double shot with the Nautilus. Ditching the Crab Tank on this map, which is a play I fully agree with. Crab Tank is very awkward here. It can still work because it is still Crab Tank, but it's much more niche, and it is significantly worse on this map. So I very much understand why they went for this double shot. And they're using the fact that Triple has that Crab Tank, and they have that Splash player, and they're betting that, hey, you're going to run Crab, but we're just going to run Zuka so we can Zuka your Crab Tank. But Jovi on the flank yet again, getting 1 and just setting up behind them so much. Zuka coming in, supporting them. They do end up going down just a little bit, just before that Zuka can save them. And here we see Gotta Poop again on the flank. Both of the splatter shots are just constantly flanking here so far. And we're only 45 seconds into the match.
We're only 5 seconds in the map indeed, and teams are so back and forth. But khaosn't doing the thing that you need to do on all Splat Zones maps, and they're pushing up, but they seem to be backed off almost just to zone on this map. And that's going to be the first blood. The Nautilus going down. That's going to be great. That is their mid liner down. It's all up to the splatter shots to push forward. And that's going to be, I mean, Gotta Poop. Look at that forward map control. The Storm coming back in. This is going to look like probably a flipped zone for Triple there.
Look at that beautiful play versus the Zuka. We saw them pop the Zuka, and everybody in the lobby stood behind cover for just a second to waste the Zuka's value and then instantly pushed back in. It was like they just put a pause button on their team, but the Zuka didn't get any value off of it either. But Triple has gone 1 down, 2 down to the Zuka as well. We're seeing 3 down. Zuka getting a lot of picks here, and khaosn't has a lot of control. It's just a matter of if they get too greedy with the push, and the splatter shot pushes up just a little bit too hard, and the other one goes down as well. This Crab Tank coming out onto the zone. You can see how awkward it is sometimes with Crab Tank on this map, but that is going to be retake for Triple.
This map, with a lot of its painted walls, I'm looking at it and I'm seeing like a flat flounder. Flounder Heights. It's really interesting seeing how this map plays here. But we're going to be seeing the bazookas come out here. And both are only going to grab 1 pick in total, but that is enough to flip the zone. Massive pick. Must have been a pick on the zone to get all that paint down. 45 points remaining for khaosn't. About 2.5 minutes left in this match as the zones are going back and forth. But Triple, they've got in the zone and they have enough space here to make a forward push. Let's see how this works.
Yes, indeed. And here we see them starting to push up here, getting some pretty decent value. Going down, unfortunately, potentially going up just a bit too far with that play. But here we see this Zuka coming out, potentially trying to get a pick here. But they find nothing out of it. And the Splattershot trades, khaosn't has gone 2 down, 3 down, but they have just lost the lead as well. And Triple is still continuing to push here, but that Inkstorm is going out, and it's going to stall just a little bit for khaosn't to get back into the zone. Nautilus getting 2 is going to definitely give them the space to cap the zone, and even move up a little bit past it.
Yes, but in that time, Triple did manage to grab the lead here. While they don't have a lot of time to play with, they should have gotten at least enough Punisher to make one push before lead can swap here. But khaosn't putting a lot of forward pressure here, making Triple scared, keeping them in their spawn with that one pick. Here comes Azuka to try to regain, but Azuka gets shut down. That's very unfortunate. Lead is going to swap here, and there's a possibility that Triple can't get back in, but that first pick might be what it takes. Here comes out the Crab. You see Crab is awkward on this map indeed, but Crab does manage to steal one. Storm comes out. One pick on both sides as there's 5 left, 3 left. Zone flips at the last second.
That is, both of these teams are fighting to stay in winner's bracket here. So this is very much an intense set here. And that retake was beautiful, pushing them all the way down to 3 though. So Triple is now, the ball is in their court now, and they need to catch it. They need to get this push off, but it looks like they dropped the ball just a little bit here. They have gone 2 down, but with that cooler coming out, they are going to get their chance to retake now, but they have to do it yet again, and every second counts here, because we're running out of time, and it looks like this game, no matter what, if Triple wants to win, they're going to have to take it into overtime. So they need something now. They need to get some crazy picks, but they continue to stagger. And we need to see them make a decisive, quick blow against khaosn't to try to take them out. And it's now or never. You got to play kind of risky here, because there's not much greater chance of winning than getting a very close pick here. And here we're seeing the zone is going to flip. khaosn't has gone 1 down. The Crab Tank potentially going to get a second one here. But Triple has gone 1 down as well. And this player wonderfully stalling. But Triple has to be sure not to overfocus that flank. But, ooh, the 2 coming in from the flank are potentially going to end this. And that is going to be game.
That player on that flank doing absolute great work stalling. I'm surprised they survived, but they did in fact, and that's just what khaosn't need to stop the comeback happening. A great 2-1 win by the side of khaosn't, and absolutely stellar games from a stellar match from both sides. Both teams putting up quite a fight, bringing the last map to overtime. In fact, the last 2 maps to overtime. Everything was so back and forth. I'm excited to see both these teams later on in this tournament, hopefully. Triple,
yes,
they are going to be
indeed.
going to the loser's side. khaosn't will be will stay going on in the winners. But that does not mean either team is that does not mean Triple will be going out. They do have a chance to go a lot further. Maybe we'll see them later on today.
Yeah, and I do think the absolute stall that we saw that Splattershot do with the Crab Tank was so good. And that was really the play of the game there. Stalling out that entire Crab Tank and holding up their entire team, getting jumps in. Such a close set between these 2 teams. And this is round 2, so that's really nice to see. Always nice to see 2-1s this early in the bracket. But speaking of the bracket, yes, Triple is going to be going to losers, while Chaos is going to be proceeding to winners. And so I'm interested to see how these teams perform later on in the bracket. But for now, while we wait for our next match and for the next round to start, we are going to be going on yet again another short break. So don't go anywhere, because we are going to be right back with our next set. Hello and welcome back to Triton Cup 70. I'm Asek, joined here by Anson, and we are commentating round 3 of winner's bracket right now, seeing Paint the Square versus Smoking Moais. I've heard of Smoking Moais before, but I can't quite tell where it's from. But I'm pretty sure this team has been around for a while. Anson, do you know more about this than I do?
This team has been around for a while. I've seen them in Triton Cups. I've seen them in paddling pools. They're a pretty good team. I think they've won at least one of the Triton Cups. I could be completely wrong, but they are a very good they're a very good team. I don't know how long they've been around, but they've at least been around at least a month or two, which pretty long for the life cycle.
Yeah,
teams. So I'm excited to see how they do against Paint the Square.
Yeah, I do remember now. I think I actually was commentating when these players won. It might have been a paddling pool. It might have been a Triton Cup. Either way, it'll be good to see how they play. I've never heard of Paint the Square. I'm assuming it's a pickup. And so it'll be really interesting. Oh, Pika's on this. So this is going to be a very interesting game indeed. And we're seeing Pika, we're seeing M2 Nova. We're seeing Rose, who I believe was on Octopi. So these are some pretty notorious players. A lot of Div 1 powerhouses here. And definitely two very interesting comps on both sides. Only 2 shooters in the entire lobby, which is very refreshing from last set.
Wave Breaker. We're seeing Wave Breaker. Wave Breaker buffs have happened. Where is Pika? Where is Pika? Pika on the god flank right now, trying to put so much forward pressure there.
Ooh, getting a pick with
on
that
the
torpedo.
flank as well.
Oh, and this stamp coming out is going to get some amazing work done. I think the... Oh my goodness gracious. Pika absolutely...
I don't know whether
is
that was
absolutely fragging out.
I keep saying things, and we also both keep saying things. It happens a lot, but I don't know whether that was the stamp falling down and that was the god tier stamp snipe, or whether that was the torpedo that followed. But absolutely great work from Pika, but a good push back in from the Smoking Moais to get map control, but it's not enough. Actually, it is enough. Paint the Square is going to have that forward control. Are the colors seeing, or am I just spacing out here?
No, when things swap back and forth this quickly, it can get confusing.
It is confusing.
Things do swap around a little bit. Right. But I do think it's really interesting. We saw Smoking Moais go for a very promising retake, but it got completely shut down by Paint the Square. And given that we've seen Smoking Moais win tourneys like this in the past, this is very impressive from Paint the Square. Though that being said, the zap has just gone down. Strike's gonna get Smoking Moais back in just a little bit. Inkjet potentially coming out here. They need to get some paint out on the zone here. But given that they only have a range blaster, it's going to be a little bit dicey here. But the Inkjet is going to manage to get just enough paint out on the zone for that retake. And here we see Javier on the zap. I hope that's how it's pronounced. Getting some very solid paint, getting some very solid stalls. And here we're seeing them with some very solid control right now.
You talked in an earlier match about a team having a lack of AoE, but I'm seeing it seems like we're seeing quite the opposite on Smoking Moais. I'm seeing an emphasis on AoE with their team comp here. But an attempted retake coming out from Paint the Square is going to be foiled by 3 going down. Smoking Moais putting an absolutely great pick, but it's up to Les to maybe stall for a little bit more time as their team comes back. Les going down. This is a bad stagger as there's only 20 points left until Smoking Moais makes this amazing 1-point comeback.
Inkvac coming in to try to get Paint the Square in, and they have managed to get a little bit of control. The zone is neutral, and that is going to buy them just enough time to get their footing set up as long as they can finalize the paint, and here they have gotten it. And that is going to be Paint the Square going 2 down, though, so that is just barely going to be a retake. Just stalling for time, and that is going to be a... Wait! How did that... I think that was Rose on the flank, but Paint the Square has gone from going 2 down to Smoking Moais being completely wiped in 1 instant. I didn't even see what happened there. Smoking Moais seemingly just self-destructed. All at once, they just combusted. But we are seeing some very interesting plays coming out here.
They pressed the big red button on accident and got wiped out. Paint the square. We talk about picks up. It's never really about team coordination, but it's all about the individual power of each player. And this team is definitely a powerhouse indeed. Yet another wipeout on the board, and that's the last nail in the coffin for this map, as Paint the Square will be taking Roboramen and will be taking map 1.
Yes, indeed. That was a very good game. Amazing gameplay from both sides. But I think Paint the Square was really just had an outstanding performance that game, especially Pika and Rose both going for some very interesting flank plays, and they just worked out and led Smoking Moais to be very staggered. But that also doesn't mean anything if you can't follow it up with a very strong hold, which Paint the Square was also able to do. They have the maturity to know when to stop flanking and when to just stand your ground and use your checkmate that you've just gotten. Very close game. Very good retakes on both sides. Really good first way to start off the set.
An absolutely spectacular way to start off the set. Kudos to Smoking Moais. You know, Paint the Square got all the way to 1, and they managed to somehow claw back all the way to 10 points. Smoking Moais almost made the most amazing comeback that we like to see in Splat Zones, but Paint the Square with an amazing retake and amazing pushes off the back of some great individual plays. That's how they came back in Roboramen. This is already shaping up to be an amazing match.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited to see these next games, and we are in best of 5 territory, so we are going to see a lot of these teams. And Smoking Moais has counterpicked Ship Shape. This is a very interesting map. This was something that was very hyped when it first came out, and I think reception of this map has dropped just a little bit. As time has gone on, it's pretty clear that this map still kind of plays like Splatoon 2, honestly. Specials matter a lot here. It's very important to actually have the right special coordination. And actually chaining your specials together and pushing back in with them is very important. This is a very coordination-heavy map. Stark contrast from Roboramen, which is very much a very much a map where individual flanks matter a lot more. So given that this is a much more organized, less chaotic map, it'll be really interesting to see how this fares. Because Smoking Moais is now at a slight advantage because they have been a team together for longer than Paint the Square has, which is just a pickup.
In my experience, I love this map on Splat Zones. It might not be the most competitive version of this map, but just something about this map, the way it looks on Splat Zones is really nice. But we're going to be starting out Paint the Square, getting a 3K here. It's going to go down on the end from Smoking Moais as well. Back and forth, but Paint the Square are going to get first control of the zone. That's majorly important. A lot of times when we see Splat Zones, we see a team quickly get zoned and then immediately get the zone taken by the other team in a massive push. To stop that from happening means you're already starting the bat with a great first push.
Ooh, but that being said, we are seeing Paint the Square going 1 down, with Smoking Moais starting their team fights with this Inkjet coming out as well. The Inkjet's coming out from both sides as well. But we are going to see Paint the Square going 2 down here. In a twist of irony, a twist of fate, Smoking Moais is now painting the square. And they have managed to capture the zone, and so they are going to continue to scale up. This Range Blaster getting some very good picks here.
More like painting the rectangle, but 2 go down on Smoking Moais, and that's going to be a third. An amazing pick from Rose there to wrestle control back in for Paint the Square, but Smoking Moais did have cooler up, so they're going to be able to quickly get back into another team fight. With the stagger on that ball point is going to be amazing. And you see it now, Paint the Square, they're going to be working towards this right side of the map here, and it's going to be jet popped. That's going to be a great first blood straight with the first shot. M2 Nova, good jet usage, but M2 Nova does go down with the jet. Gecko going to trade jets as well. 1 down on either side here. It's going to be another down, 2 down on both sides, and that's going to be enough for Smoking Moais to get control of the zone.
Yeah, Smoking Moais has painted the square from right under Paint the Square's nose, but They have captured the square yet again, but that is going to add a decent chunk of time to their penalty. So Smoking Moais needs to find a way back in here. But they have bought themselves just a little bit more time. They do have 2 specials at the ready, though, with that cooler coming out especially. Wavebreaker coming out, going to gain just a little bit of space with the Range Blaster pushing up and trying to look for picks with Paint the Square, going 2 down, 3 down, and it is just going to be Rose, 2v1. Range Blaster getting the satisfying direct there is going to be able to secure that advantage. But the drop roller on the ballpoint almost saves them that fight.
Almost does indeed, but now it's all about these individual plays as it's going to be Les stuck in a 1v3, and there's no way of getting out of that. This is just raw points for Smoking Moais, and blink and you miss it. Sometimes leads just like to swap real quickly in Splat Zones. You think it's 30 seconds, you think you have a 40-second lead, but all of a sudden it's gone on the next team fight. So it's all about Paint the Square and how quickly they can get back into this. That's 2 down on Paint the Square here. There's about 3 points remaining for the lead to swap. Lead's going to swap, but it's 1 down on the side of Smoking Moais, and it's going to be a lot of pressure on Les right here. It's not going to get out of that, and Pika also going to try to get some picks on the point. Is able to get 1, but it gets traded immediately. There's 3 down on the side to Paint the Square, and it looks like they're falling apart. 3, 2, 1, and that's going to be Smoking Moais taking map 2.
That ballpoint nearly got a triple to win the game, but just barely got caught out and didn't quite win that. But that is definitely a very strong game too. And now the ball is back in Paint the Square's court. And what they're going to do now, what map we're going to see from them is going to be interesting. Because there we saw the difference. We saw that the map diff. This map being so much more coordination heavy means that Smoking Moais had a significant advantage. And you can see that Paint the Square had a lot harder of a time retaking than Smoking Moais did, because you need the specials to come out and you need to coordinate around them really well to retake at this level, because any mistake with your special timing or positioning can be punished.
Yes, Eddie and all mistakes were punished there from the side of Smoking Moais. Great job from them. And Paint the Square really, I mean, it looked promising, but towards that end there, we're seeing a lot of 1v1s, 1v2s, and we're not seeing a lot of 2v2s, 2v1s. We have a saying over in Valorant is that a good player wins 1v2s, a great player wins 2v1s. It's all about that team coordination, especially in a 4v4 game where, you know, it's all about these individual team fights here. About wrestling control.
Yeah, we are going right back into this, though. Already back into Hagglefish. So this is going to be really interesting to see. I do think this is a really interesting counter pick, because this is one of the... Flanks are very strong on this map, and with Paint the Square's comps being so flanky, I wouldn't be surprised if we see someone going on that flank and getting a lot of work done. And here we see just that. Pika on the flank, getting some picks out, getting some pressure out. Whale from the other side is going to support them in their fights, though. And that is going to be, honestly, just so many people going down right at this very instant here. But Paint the Square is just constantly flanking. 52, getting 2, and then going down, unfortunately. But both teams are just playing very much for these super fast, super fluid, very scrappy team fights.
And finally, the team fight is won by Paint the Square. They're going to be able to get some points on zone, but Gecko and the team of Smoking Moais coming back in here with the great Inkjet. There's once a point where we said, you know, Ballpoint and Inkjet was one of the best weapons of the game because of how much retake power it has, and that is clearly shown from Smoking Moais. But a great double pick coming out from Pika here, and that's going to be zone flipped again. Great job from Paint the Square. Again, when you talk about these teams, a lot of times team coordination is one aspect, but the individual prowess of each player is a lot of times shown, especially with pickups in this game. Not a lot of time to get those team plays made, but a lot of time to hone the individual skill of each player, and that's what's being shown from Paint the Square here as they keep zone all the way down to 52, but Smoking Moais is going to be coming back in to zone. As I say that, though, 3 down. That's going to be Paint the Square going to be grabbing zone and getting more points on the board.
But here we are seeing this Inkjet coming out from Gecko, but they get canceled instantly by the enemy Ballpoint. And that is going to be a very decisive very decisive play there, getting so much control and really resetting Smoking Moai's retake because they have to get that Inkjet all over again. But we are seeing the Wavebreaker coming out, tagging all 4 players. Very huge information gain there. But that is going to be, they are going to go down just a little bit here. But Smoking Moais has gotten control of the zone back, and Paint the Square is now on the back foot here, trying to retake, which is definitely the position they don't want to be in, because this is when coordination matters the most, and when you're on a pickup, this is when you're at your weakest. When you can push back in and take those crazy fights, that's when you're at your best, and that's when you're at your strongest, especially with this team comp that wants to constantly flank. Speaking of, we're seeing Pika on the flank, getting the pick on that zap, going to be getting a huge amount of control for their team.
I see a massive shark behind point. Kind of skipped it, but there's a shot. Oh, and he jumps out. He gets spotted and jumps out. That could have been massive, but right now, 5 points left on the board for Paint the Squares. They're working down this Punisher. That's going to be a controlled wrestled from Smoking Moais, but it gets shut down thanks to these individual picks coming out from Paint the Square here. 20 seconds left till they start working down raw points, and it's going to be a massacre on both sides, but in the end, 3 go down on Paint the Square, and it's going to be a wipeout as the the Wiper tries to pop special there to try to make something happen and ends up getting shut down. Now it's all on to Paint the Square to once again try to retake.
Yes, indeed. And here we see Pika on the left trying to pressure flank, and they do manage to confirm pick on that range blaster, which is going to open things up for their team. But they do Smoking Moais does manage to get a pick on Pika on the Wiper though, which is going to be very good for Smoking Moais to just slow down their retake a little bit. And here this Inkjet comes out, but Paint the Square isn't actually able to follow up on it because that Wiper has just gone down. That being said, who needs follow-up on your Inkjet when you have solid aim? Getting 1 pick off that, leaving Smoking Moais 2 down once again. This Sap playing for Cooler, desperately trying to find something to retake because they are low on time and they need to do something now. Wavebreaker coming out from the range blaster. Crab Tank coming out from the splash is going to potentially get them in, and that is going to be pushed down to 1, but they are going to wipe Paint the Square out, and that is going to be their next chance here. 35 seconds left on the clock. 57 points remaining for victory. They need to KO this now. And all the Paint the Square needs to do is push back in, and Pika is once again on the left looking for a pick, but Smoking Moais is now very wary of that, and they aren't going to let Pika get them down. But one of their splash actually does try to fight Pika. This Inkjet coming out, leaving Pika weak, is going to make him go down though. And this is getting very scrappy, but it is looking like that Paint the Square is going to cap this zone. And unless Smoking Moais can pull out a literal miracle, I believe that is going to be game for Paint the Square.
That is going to be Paint the Square taking map 3 with a lot of decisive retakes that were just individual picks going down and then mass special use. And great work, great work from Paint the Square. They locked out the side of, oh my god, I'm blanking again. They did a great job playing in that map, and that is a good map 3 to have. Smoking Moais, they made some great retakes, but they weren't able to hold zone for a long time there in that match. So excited to, that's how Paint the Square ended up taking that map, and I'm excited to see how map 4 plays.
Yeah, for sure. I think these counter picks are just really interesting because you can see the 2 different play styles of the 2 teams shine out very well. Because while Paint the Square is very good at taking those quick flanks, quick fights, getting a lot of work done, Smoking Moais is much better at that more methodical retake. And here we are seeing them counterpicking Mako zones, which is definitely fair. I think this is giving Paint the Square a decent amount of flanking power, but this map is kind of just vanilla. No aspects of this map are too strong or too weak. It's very much sort of an average.
It is very much sort of an average indeed. We're going to be going to tower. Why did I say tower control? Man, today is a day. Splat Zones, Mako Mart. We saw this earlier today, and we're going to see it once again. This is a staple Splat Zones map. We see Mako Mart tend to play it Splat Zones and tend to be played on Clan Blitz. So both teams should be familiar with this map. Both teams are familiar with last map. So maybe it's up to Smoking Moais really here to make a change here. Because Paint the Square are getting away with a lot of individual plays, and maybe we need to get weapons better with dealing with the flanks, or maybe, you know, they have Wave Breaker, but maybe we need something else for if you're Smoking Moais. But the adaptation needs to come out from Smoking Moais if they want to have a chance to stay in on this winner's side.
Yeah, even with the gameplay, Paint the Square is very good at picking Smoking Moais on retake. Almost every single one of their long holds ended up happening because Smoking Moais ended up going down on that retake. So they need to be a little bit more careful, a little bit more wary, and they need to be aware of those flanks. And they need to just play a little bit more methodically. Be just a little bit more careful about where you're controlling and who you're letting in. Because especially on retake on that map, Pika was able to flank down on the right side 2 or 3 times, and both times it led to their team getting in for basically free, because Pika would get a free pick off of it and then rotate back. And either flank the zone from behind or push the zone from in front, and either way, they had some very good off angles for their team. So I am curious, though, to see if any of these teams can change up their comp.
We're going to be seeing... Oh,
Gold's
what
Dynamo?
the hell? Okay.
This Gold Dynamo has been very much buffed. Like, I've heard that the buff that they've given it is very significant, and the weapon is much more consistent. But Gold Dynamo?
I mean,
really
it's
interested to
trumping
see what we
time,
see
I
with it.
guess.
Oh.
And Aphrodite already getting already getting 2. Okay, we did not doubt the Gold Dynamo. No, we of course didn't. We did not doubt the Gold Dynamo at all. That's going to be a great 2 first bloods to get Smoking Moais in on this. And if that's the adaptation that is needed, I mean, I'm welcome to that.
Yeah, this is very much an unorthodox pick here, but it has just been buffed, so it's very good to experiment with it. But we are seeing 52 going in, pushing in, going down to that Dynamo there. The Dynamo continuing to get some massive picks here, but they do unfortunately miss their shot by just a little bit, and Pika gets a pick on them, but they are traded out by the rest of Smoking Moais.
Pika did get traded out, but Pika was also able to throw down the triple ink strike right onto point, I believe. Unless I completely saw that wrong. And that was able to flip zone, but here comes out the Chumps. Chumps, great thing for a lot of paint, but it's not going to be enough here to flip the zone or at least stall it. Great pick from that ball point, and now it's up to 3 down on Paint the Square, though. Smoking Moais are going to be coming back into this, and with Pika gone, that is going to be a delayed wipe.
Yes, indeed, and here we're seeing Smoking Moais setting up a decent amount of control. They're a little bit hesitant to push up too far past up the zone here, but we're seeing this Dynamo going in, trying to get some play off of this cover, but unfortunately going down, but their team does end up trading off of that, leaving both of them 3-on-3. But this Tri-Strike coming out looks like it is going to flip the zone for Paint the Square. So we're going to have to see this Dynamo going in. And we've already seen that. Wait, we saw the zone flipped already yet again. Smoking Moais getting back on the zone, getting a lot of control out. The Tri-Slasher trying to go in, but the Dynamo trying to contest that. And it looks like 2 down on both sides. But the ballpoint has gone down inside of the Inkjet, which is absolutely massive for Smoking Moais, and getting the pick on the on the normal Slasher as well. And potentially this 52 as well might be a death sentence.
Might be a death sentence indeed. Paint the Square need to make sure they're not staggering in here and need to make one decisive push or Smoking Moais will take map 4. There's about 15 seconds left, and that's 1 down on the side of Smoking Moais. That's the Dynamo down as well. That's 2. That's going to be zone flipped. They can also get the zap at the end of that, so this is going to be a lot of map control that they're going to be able to get off of a delayed 3 and another pick. This is massive if you're Paint the Square.
Yeah, that was a very good retake from Paint the Square, and Smoking Moais is now forced to attempt to retake the zone as well. And this Dynamo is honestly getting a lot of paint out on the zone, because that weapon can get very nice burst paint. But, ooh, that is going to be Smoking Moais wiping out one more time, and this is down to the wire. There may be 40 points left, but there is no penalty, and they have just gotten wiped. They have about 20 seconds to get back into the zone, which is not as long as you'd think. But Paint the Square does have that inkjet at the ready. Cooler coming out from Smoking Moais, as well as the Tri-Strikes going to get them back in just a little bit. The Dynamo trying to get some pressure out, but the Tri-Slosher is sitting under the ledge very patiently, coming in from behind them and getting one pick, but this chump is going to be enough to paint the zone, and they are going to flip it. The lead has swapped, but they are now on the advantage, and Paint the Square is now on the back foot.
Yo, where is this Gal? The Gal putting a lot of fort. Oh, I thought we were on the other side, but the Gal getting shut down there with a trade onto the Dynamo. This Dynamo has been absolutely fantastic this match. What an adaptation from Smoking Moais to bring such an underrepresented weapon here. But here we go. It's going to be a retake attempted by the side of Paint the Square, but that triple ink strike going to keep control of the zone. 10 seconds left. Lead has not flipped. Paint the Square still in the lead with 30 seconds left in the match. And they have some forward control over the zone. That's a first blood. But at the trade coming back, it's 2 down on the side of Smoking Moais. And that's a third. Picks going back and forth with 20 seconds left. Every time one pick gets down, it's another pick on the other side here. This is a complete and utter scramble.
Yeah, both teams just set up like a Rube Goldberg, so every single pick would be traded out. But we are seeing this 52 gal on the flank was potentially going to mess up their entire push, getting 1, but they are spotted out, but not before getting 2, and it is 2-on-2. Chumps coming out on the zone, going to get a little bit more paint. Tri-Strikes coming out, going to stall for just a bit longer. They do go down though, but more of their team is jumping in. They are painting the square for their absolute life, but unfortunately they just can't do it. And a twist of fate, a twist of irony, Paint the Square wins 3-1 by painting the square.
Well, it's more of a cross, but we will...
It's a square in my heart.
It's a square in all of our hearts, I believe. But Paint the Square showing that they know how to paint the zone. And I mean, what an adaptation for Smoking Moais, though. I mean, it almost looked like Smoking Moais was going to take that. They had great special use throughout that map. They were constantly flipping the zone here. But once again, it's these individual plays that Paint the Square were making that were able to get them across the line. We saw the Gal get a pick there, but later in the match, right near the end of that scramble, getting 2 before getting traded. There's a lot of times where we just saw the individual skill of the players on Paint the Square shine, and also Paint the Square had some really amazing retakes some of these times. It wasn't like the map they lost originally, where I thought at the end that they were, pushing in one by one, but instead on this map, they seem to be coming in more with their specials, or coming in with those jets, coming in off the back of a triple link strike, coming in with at least 3 players, making those 3v2s, making those 3v1s. They took their team fights, took it slower, and didn't get panicked by the numbers going down. So great job from Paint the Square to get that win there, and they will be moving on in the winner's side. Smoking Moais, though, don't count them out. They're probably gonna have an amazing losers run, so we might see them later on in this tournament.
Yes, indeed. Smoking Moais is a team we've seen get a lot of results in IPL tournament, or not IPL, in paddling Dapple Productions tournaments. So we've seen them pretty commonly, and we've seen them place very high, which is definitely interesting because that was such a decisive set for Paint the Square against them. So I'm just excited to see how these two teams continue to fight in the tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if these are the two teams we see in winners finals, so really anything can happen. But that being said, we are going to go on yet again another short break. So don't go anywhere because we are going to be right back with the next set.
Welcome back to Triton Cup. We've got an amazing match on our hands. We have Catnip versus Fruittella, and then we're going to be starting out on Umami Zones. Any thoughts about this, Ace?
I have seen Fruittella play in the past, and they are a force to be reckoned with. I know they had some very good sets against a team that I'm blanking on the name of right now, but very good gameplay from that team, so I'm interested to see how Catnip contests that.
I am excited to see that indeed. As this is Umami Zones, it's one of the more flippant two zones here. It almost feels like one big zone with a giant block in the center, but it is in fact a two-zone map. And I'm excited to see, and especially because you don't get a lot of forward control on this map, unlike a map like Brine Springs, where you get a lot of, you're supposed to get like a lot of space, you get a lot of movement. This seems a more smaller map where you're not supposed to move up as forward, which can make the zones flip a lot faster.
Yes, indeed. And we're actually seeing a heavy edit coming out, which is very interesting. And here,
it's my weapon!
seeing...
Oh my god!
Do you play heavy edit?
I play heavy edit!
Nice! I'm also, I think this is the first vanilla pencil we've seen in this tourney, which is very surprising, seeing as how it kind of got buffed, and it was already good. It's now the best cooler output in the game, and it kind of already was, but now it's even better compared to everything else. But we are seeing some very scrappy fights happening off the bat. Both teams going very down here. Getting some crazy stagger going out on the side of Catnip. And now they are kind of on the retake, and we're going to have to see how they deal with this.
Gus Splatoon trying to get back in here with the triple ink strikes, and we're seeing a back and forth on the both sides. The Kraken was able to wrestle control of one-sided. Look how flippy these zones are. Both sides are going back and forth. One's flipping, the other one flips. So one of the things about this map is it's hard to get a lot of points on the board since the stall power of getting a zone is so easy to get. But fifth jet going down, and Gus going down as well. As an amazing double from that heavy edit. We like to see it. Hopefully not bias coming out from me. But Slurp gonna get another one, and Fruittella with a firm grasp on how this game is going. And an amazing double. Two back-to-back doubles. 10 seconds left for Catnip to get back in on this. And with that, another great double. It seems Jover. And in Jover it is, as Fruittella take a firm game one.
Oh my. That was incredible from both the heavy edit and the machine. Very good plays. The machine getting the, I believe, 2 doubles in a row. Getting a direct over a block on a moving player is absolutely unhinged. And then as soon as those players ended up pushing back in, they just like, the heavy edit was just like, surprise, I'm here now. And completely just dominated that play. And here we can see a replay of this. Look at that direct. That direct over the wall was insane. And then here we can see, even though Fruittella has gone 2 down and Catnip is pushing back in, this heavy edit peeks out and gets the double, which I believe we're about to see right now. And that double is just so casual. And that was really it. That double was, it was game over as soon as that happened. Very excellent plays from Fruittella. Absolutely dominant game. And now we're seeing a counterpick of Robo Robin Zones.
Excited to see more of this map. Give me more. I genuinely love seeing this map. I love its style, and get to see more of this in this tournament. Just please, you're giving me a feast. But that feast before was that amazing heavy edit at the end of that last map. I hope to see more of it. This is going to be my favorite map of the tournament if we do. Match of the tournament, because, I mean, it's a little bit bias going on here, but this has been already an exciting match to commentate, and I'm excited to see the rest of this match has to offer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just really interested to see if either of these teams change their comps according to the map. But no, it looks like that is the same, or at least very similar comps on both sides. And I think both of these comps work pretty well. You can these are definitely pre-patch comps though. Because especially, I think Inkstorm could work very well on either of these, really. I think especially with the heavy edit, Inkstorm can get a lot of work done with that. But we're seeing, speaking of heavy edit, we're seeing them getting some really good pressure out, trying to just use the fact that they have a laser beam of a weapon to get some surprise picks, because that kill time is very fast from a shockingly long range.
It is indeed. You said before about maybe heavy edit being good with Storm, but I think at that point, why wouldn't you just bring Nautilus and bring a Zap for cooler? But 5th Gen trying to come in here with the Kraken. They've already grabbed Zone. 5th Gen trying to grab something, but is going to get shut down. Does not get Splat, and now is going to be able to make an amazing flank with that underside. It's not going to end up going for that. A very interesting geometry on this map. I love seeing this kind of layered approach, but here we go. It's up to Fruittella to make it back in. Lead swaps. Catnip has it, but Zone is not able to get fully controlled by either team. Now is going to go the way of Fruittella, and we're going to see some forward pressure, and that player gets one. The Splash gets one, but gets shut down there. Any kind of salt is great for Fruittella, but Catnip putting a lot of pressure and a lot of good swaps here.
Yes, indeed, and we're seeing a lot of good paint coming out on the Zone. Fruittella with a wonderful stall, but that Kraken coming in and breaking their defense, attempting to try to get this player out of here, but ending up in a pretty rough spot, but getting that pick anyways. And
Slurp, though, with a triple. Actually, I spoke too soon. I thought they'd get the dropped player, but does not. Slurp with that double. There was a player to come and protect that jump. Great work from Catnip. Great team coordination going on right there. But it is not enough. Fruittella has the lead now and has Zone firmly in control. No Punishers. These are raw points. Every second, Catnip gets further away from the lead.
Yeah, and we saw that jump out from the Kraken. Actually, amazing timing on that, using the cooler quick super jump to get out of there. But we are seeing some pretty nice control, and that is the Zone flipping for Catnip here. Zuka coming out as well. Gonna see if it can find anything, and the Zap does end up going down. But the Splatter Shot gets a little bit too greedy with that play and goes down to the machine. But the Slosher trades them right off, so it doesn't matter. And here we see this Crab Tank getting a decent amount of paint and control on the Zone, but not enough to flip it. And Catnip is still in control, using this pencil to just get an absurd amount of paint out.
You said this before, but Crab really awkward there. 5th Gen with the spear, the tip of the spear, able to get one pick with the Kraken, and somehow gets away and gets another. What is he doing?
And the Slosh going up, continuing to follow up off of that play, with Catnip very far up here. And I do believe we are going to see this Tri-Strike coming out just to try to stall out the Zone a little bit. That is actually going to be a lead swap for Catnip.
That's going to be a lead swap for Catnip, but Fruittella has a lot of forward control right here. This could end up switching, but it does not. Catnip still has this forward control, able to get this Zone here, and they're pushing Fruittella back right now.
Ooh, the Zap with the suction bomb getting two. That's going to be really massive for this team. Getting a lot of control back in, and here we see they're back in control of the Zone, and they are now on the back foot. They need to push to get the lead. They can't just stall out. They need to actually commit to the push and get enough, and just buy themselves enough time to actually swap the lead here.
5th Gen pushing very far with the Kraken. This is going to be a lot of map control gained by them, but a trade's coming out, 2 down on the side of Fruittella. Here we go, Zone in control with the lead. It's all up to Fruittella to try to find a way back in. The Zuka is not able to find anything, and it actually gets shut down after it shoots all of its shots, and Zone firmly in control of Catnip. This was looking a bit dicey for them in the beginning, but now it looks like that has flipped. It's instead a lot more dicey for Catnip, or for Fruittella there, going 1 down thanks to the Zuka. Jump coming back in. Andy with the pick with this heavy edit on this backside. Crab coming out. It's going to enable Fruittella to grab Zone here, and they push Catnip back. That's 2 down on the side of Catnip, but 2 down on the side of Fruittella as well. It's very back and forth. 10 seconds left. Fruittella have to bring this back through overtime, and it's all about putting forward control. You don't want Catnip to be able to make a small flip there by painting. Here comes the Kraken to try to get this zone flipped, and what a special to try to get a lot of forward map control. But it does get shut down. And the lead swaps there. Fruittella with an amazing comeback. It almost got away from them, as you see on this end there. There's a lot of paint on the zone, but Fruittella managed to make the last second lead swap, and that's going to be an amazing comeback, and Fruittella taking map 2.
That game was a matter of frames, I think. If they had managed to neutralize the zone, it almost would have been certain that they would have picked it there, and they would have flipped it and gotten the lead back. But there were just a couple of frames too late on capping the zone, and a part of that is that Zuka that came out at the end stalled them for just half a second, and that half a second was all that team needed. Because that was the extra point that they really did need. And that's really just an example of how fast the timer goes down very quickly on the zones, and it's very brutal if you're not careful. Even wasting just 1 or 2 seconds of the enemy team's time can translate into like 5 or so points, which can make the difference, especially in a game that's this close. It's just an incredible amount of coordination and gameplay from them. And you can see that the zone just barely doesn't neutralize by the time the game ends. But we are going to be seeing Flounder's zones. Very interesting map.
Love this map mode pick coming out here. Flounder, one of my personal favorites, but not for playing heavy. I'm going to be honest, not a heavy map. At least for me.
Yeah, I personally have pretty big problems with this map for actual competitive play, because it is very snowbally and very easy to just take the zone and then hold it. Because you have to force the enemy team to push into high ground onto two zones that are the size of a postage stamp, with mid being as small as well. So retake can be very awkward, but if you have the right resources, then you can pull it off, especially with an Inkstorm or something. With the Inkstorm being buffed, it was already the best special in the game on this map in particular. And so Inkstorm is very, very strong on this map now, because it covers all of mid, and especially the fact that your team can now fight inside of the zone while... If the Inkstorm is moving over the grates, your team can fight inside of the storm while contesting the enemy team, and while the Inkstorm is contesting the zone as well. And it's just very good to kind of yeet yourself back in with that retake. So I would not be surprised if we see a red pencil or a nut or something, as well as lots of buckets.
We'll be seeing a roller coming out on side of Andy. Again, switching off that heavy. I like to see it. It's going to be a Dynamo, not even Gold Dynamo. It's going to be the Cooler Dynamo. Double Cooler coming out from Fruittella here. And you're going to be seeing a Dualies and a Jet Squelcher, I believe, coming out on the side of Catnip.
Yeah, and I think Double Cooler is really interesting on this map. And I think it's something... It makes a lot of sense, because retake is so difficult on this map that you really don't want to be in that wipe situation. And here we see this Dynamo. The hitbox is so much more consistent now, which is kind of insane to see, but the zap does go down to the Inkstorm, and the C-Jet on this map does actually make a lot of sense.
And the forward control is gained by Fruittella, and this is what you want to see on this map. Very snowbally map, as you said before. It's really hard to push into the high map control here, but it's going to be 2 down going on side of Fruittella. It's all up to Slurp and the Dynamo here to wrangle control, but of course they probably had a cooler at the time, so we're going to see the team come back. There's another cooler on the board here. 60 points already gained for the side of Fruittella, and that's going to be Inkstorm to try to come back in here for Catnip. They're going to be pushing up on this top platform. That's 1 down on the side of Fruittella, and it's going to be one of the zones captured, but Fruittella going to swing that back in their favor. 40 points remaining as they get zoned again here. Catnip getting this forward map control, but they're not able to get enough paint on the zone as 2 go down. It looks like Fruittella are going to safely defend this. Gus going for a mad flank right now. Gets shut down, and that's going to be Fruittella with clear map control and clear point control.
Catnip is now playing to avoid a KO. This is... When it's 20 points left on this map, you barely have time to retake. And you could just see how forced this team is to push up this ramp. And you can see the Dynamo using the camera to look over the ledge and actually getting 1. And that is going to be game, and that is going to be 3-0 on the side of Fruittella.
with a wipeout at the end to seal the deal. Fruittella decisive, and you said it before this map is snowballing. As soon as Fruittella gained that first control of both zones, it almost seemed Jover. It was very hard for Catnip to push back in, but they made an amazing try. But to get against this stacked defense and the Dynamo is very great there. An absolute great adaptation to the counter pick from the side of Catnip, and it proved very worth its while. Fruittella showing that they know how to play this map, even though we don't see it a lot in competitive play. It's great work from them, and they'll be moving on in this winners. But don't worry, if you're a Catnip fan, they will be moving on to losers, I believe. So they do still have a chance.
Yeah, and if you can like contest Fruittella, then that is a very good sign that your team is definitely got what it takes to move back up into the winners bracket, even maybe. Though I guess that only happens on a bracket reset. But we're gonna have to see how far Catnip gets in the losers bracket, and to see if they can get back up and fight whoever's up top now. Very interesting games, though. While that was an 0-3, it was a pretty darn close 0-3 for what it usually is. So definitely interesting to see. But I do believe we are going to be going on yet again another short break while we wait for the next set. So don't go anywhere, because we are going to be right back. Triton Cup 70. I'm Asek, joined here by Anderson, and we are headed into this next set, seeing CINTUREO versus Paint the Square. What are your thoughts on this set?
Oh, this is going to be amazing. CINTUREO has had an amazing tournament run right now, and they're going to be going up against Paint the Square, who has just made an upset against a new generation in a tight 3-2. So I think both these teams are coming off a lot of insane games, and this is going to be high-level action coming out from both teams.
For sure. I'm really excited to see what they do with this set. First map off the bat is Splat Zones. Very similar to Museum Zones, honestly.
Very similar indeed. Splat Zones. I mean, we don't tend to see zones on Splat, but that's not to say this isn't a competitive map and mode. Splat, probably one of the most competitive maps we have in Splatoon, and we all know Splat because we all know it on tower control. But we will not be seeing tower control, obviously, as we'll be seeing Splat Zones, Splat. Both teams should be very familiar on this map. So I'm excited to see what team brings. If one team's going to bring something special or unorthodox to wrestle up the feathers of the other one, or whether we'll be seeing two meta titans fighting against each other.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how CINTUREO deals with Paint the Square's playstyle, because they are very flanky, very fast. So many of their wins have been purely off the fact that they just flank. And they don't flank too often, but they flank at almost like the perfect times. Like, a team will be going for a retake, and they're pushing back into the zone, and then all of a sudden someone is coming in from behind them. Absolutely insane. And it happens, like, multiple players do that constantly. But this is not a map where you can flank very easily, so I wouldn't be surprised if Paint the Square is at a little bit of a disadvantage here in terms of what we've seen in their past sets.
I'm going to let you know that Paint the Square played this map mode last game, and they lost on it. They lost first map Splat Zones on Splat Art Academy. So this is very interesting. Maybe they're at a disadvantage here, or maybe they just played it and now they got all that knowledge. They refreshed on what they need to do on this map, and they might be even stronger now through that loss. But we'll see what these teams involve in. Here is at Nautilus. Nautilus always been kind of a weapon that's been used, and especially with that Ink Storm buff, Pelu's gonna have a lot of fun time on that Nautilus here.
Yeah, for sure. And we're also seeing dually Squelchers coming out, which is always something I like to see representation for. This is definitely an interesting comp. Unfortunately, dually Squelchers do go down to Pika on the flank. With lots of Paint the Square just setting up some very nice control over here. Already getting an early advantage here. But this dually Squelcher might try to drop in and do something about it. We'll have to see, because dually Squelcher can play very differently depending on how it goes. And you can see them playing in the Ink Storm, getting a lot of work done. That Ink Storm just lets them stall so hard.
A lot of
if they actually do end up taking a fight.
A lot of AoE there with the Wave Breaker and Inkstorm, a lot of passive map control just gained via those two specials, and we're going to see CINTUREO grab his zone here. But I want to talk about, we're seeing a junior coming out from Paint the Square. You're going to have that bubble choice. Very interesting choice of special here on this map. I really like to see it able to lock down, have a lot of map control with that. But 3 go down on the side of Paint the Square, and this can be lead flipped for the side of CINTUREO.
Ooh, and M2 Nova also going down as well, the Palo on the knot. And they're potentially building up another Ink Storm here, placing it in plat. We're going to definitely see this team fight inside of this Ink Storm, because this is prime time for that. And here we do see the junior dropping onto the zone, getting the bubble out, getting a pick as well, forcing CINTUREO off to the left, taking fights on the side of the map, and they do still manage to keep control of the zone.
A lot of great movement from this junior coming out to try to keep themselves alive here, and it's going to be able to stall zone just a little bit longer. 2 picks on the side of CINTUREO, 2 down on the side of Paint the Square, though. It's back and forth. Pika not going to get anything with that jumping stamp, but they are going to get a lot of paint on this zone. This zone is still locked in, but it's up to the junior and the Slosher to try to get something. 3 left, 0. Oh. That is going to be CINTUREO taking map 1.
They couldn't quite paint the square. They almost... that was just, again, a matter of seconds, like half seconds, fractions of a second. Because they neutralized the zone after the game ended, just mere moments after. But I do find it quite ironic that they weren't quite able to get the paint onto the square. Definitely very interesting game, though.
Very interesting game. A lot of moments happened in here, but CINTUREO not allowing the members of Paint the Square to get these flanks off had them worrying about zone so much in that the flanks were not able to come out, and that's what Paint the Square, used to be they were so good at doing, but they were not able to get this map. And we're going to be going into map 2. We'll see what it is shortly, but Paint the Square now, they're going to have to adapt. They're going to have to choose something different, but we've seen some very strong maps come out from them. So they have a lot of things they can pull from. They'll be pulling from Splat Zones, Humpback Pump Track. What are your thoughts about this, Ace?
I mean, they have a dual sculptures. CINTUREO does, which is probably the best weapon in the game at going in behind them and just forcing paint on the zone. Because something like a V-Dually doesn't quite have the range to actually control that much space, but it's the only thing in the game with this much range and this much mobility, and it needs both of them to pull that play off. And I know I've heard this advice from Dually Squelcher players, people who played it mostly in Splatoon 2, that this is the way you play on Humpback, by flanking a lot. And it's so easy to get behind. So I'm really curious to see if we see that from the Dually Squelcher, or if they swap off. Because honestly, the flank plays, while they're really good, Dually Squelcher they still do struggle at fighting in mid. As most direct line of sight weapons do have trouble with mid because it is just the hump. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like double slosher, or like a slosher and a blaster, or just like that AoE.
We're waiting on some players to ready up here, but we'll be getting into this map shortly. And you made a lot of great points there, so I'm excited to see if either team adapts what you have said, or if we'll be seeing the same comps come around here. We'll be getting right into this. We're going to be seeing the Junior again. We're going to be seeing that Slosher, and on the side we're going to be seeing the Red Soul come out on the side of CINTUREO.
Definitely very interesting. I'm smelling the Dually Squelcher playing in their plat with the Inkstorm there as well, though right now they're taking an opening in mid, which is probably the correct play. Getting a pick on that ballpoint and instantly backing up. Lots of cool stuff going on here.
Lots of cool stuff going on indeed, but that's about a staggered 3 down on the side of Paint the Square, and it's all the Paint the Bubble trying to keep as much map control as possible here. But already down to 70, that's going to be a first pick in this fight for the side of Paint the Square. Can they get back in off the side of this? They wrestle zone away, and with one pick, they've managed to flip the zone and are pushing the back of CINTUREO, but 2 picks down on Paint the Square. CINTUREO not letting them have this map control without a fight there. The Bubble in danger, zone in danger, zone gets flipped. That jump should be punished there. And it's all left to the one remaining member of Paint the Square. That's going to be a staggered wipe, and CINTUREO in full control of this map.
Yes, indeed. And here we're seeing Cooler coming out from Paint the Square. We're going to have to see if they can fight to retake here, because CINTUREO has some very good control right now, and they are very good at punishing how aggressively this team is playing, because they are locking down their control very well, and going for just the right fights, playing safe enough to actually counter all of these flanks. Though that being said, one does look like they are on the flank in the zone here.
Rose trying to get something done, but as you see already, once that flank is found out, 2 members are already on it. But here we go, 8 points left, and they managed to grab the zone. That's 64 Punisher there. Here comes the triple ink strikes to try to keep zone control. That's 2 down to the side of CINTUREO with only 1 down to the side of Paint the Square. Paint should be getting on this square here, keep control of zone, but there's a lot of stall coming out from CINTUREO, which is great. Fantastic. The zone still hasn't flipped. Great job from CINTUREO to put a lot of stall here, and they're actually able to grab zone themselves here. Paint the Square with that advantage, not able to do a lot of it, but they're going to get a pick here. They're going to try to make, with these specials here, Cooler with Jet, they're trying to grab zone, they're trying to get some forward map control here, and they do manage to do so.
Yes, indeed, and that ballpoint recalling from their Jet is going to get a lot of good paint on the zone. We're seeing all of these players fighting in mid very well, but instantly, CINTUREO collapses on them, and it gets the picks off and gets a huge advantage. And this Zuka coming out, 90-degree flick onto the ballpoint. They thought they were safe because, oh, this Zuka isn't looking at me, but nope, and now they are. but they did let the juniors slip through onto the zone. They are very close to this bubble, but this team has been very good about denying these sorts of flanks, so are they going to be able to do it, or is that junior going to get that bubble out on zone? The bubble does come out, but it instantly gets shredded, and they are back in control. And Paint the Square is back to ground zero, unless Pika can pull off some very nice fights here, but no, unfortunately.
And unfortunately not CINTUREO. The first seed in this tournament, showing why they're here, though. That's 2 picks on both sides. Take a miracle for Paint the Square to get back in here. But a miracle might just be happening indeed, but so close, yet so far away. Not enough paint to flip the giant square there. One might even say it's a rectangle, but that's going to be CINTUREO taking a map too.
Honestly, I think Paint the Square just needs to paint the square more, honestly. No. But yeah, no, CINTUREO is absolutely, they're just very good at dealing with all of these flanks. Because while we've seen, like, Pika and Rose going on the flanks and getting a lot of value against, CINTUREO, the flanks just aren't hitting the same. They're going behind and they're just getting picked off and punished for it because the enemy team is just playing to control space in a much more organized manner.
For Paint the Square, I mean, they're doing this flank play because especially they don't have a lot of individual team members, but they probably don't have a lot of team coordination built up quite yet. So I admire them trying to go to a flank map, but the flanks are just getting shut down from CINTUREO. CINTUREO absolutely putting up a wall. They're playing safer. They're not putting all this forward map control. So maybe the adaptation for Paint the Square here is to go to a map where it's all about that forward map control to try to entice CINTUREO to push farther, to push deeper, or have a disadvantage. But instead, we're going to be going into ship-shaped cargo here for what could be the final zone of this map, or it could be the start of a reverse sweep. We may not know. Ace, what are your thoughts about this map, and what do you think Paint the Square are going to have to do to overcome this 2-0 hurdle?
CINTUREO, their biggest strength is that they're able to control space and make retakes very efficiently, and they're locking down these flanks very well because of that. And Paint the Square is struggling with coordination a lot more because they're less able to get their team in a coherent enough way to break through CINTUREO's defense. But this map is very much one of those coordination-heavy, special-based, push in with your specials, chain them together, and then lock people out in court. It's a very methodical map, and I don't know if that's advantageous for Paint the Square. I think this feels like something CINTUREO would pick to shut down Paint the Square. Though I can't be sure. We'll have to see if these teams can actually do that, or if this counterpick is actually cooking, because we don't know their plans.
We're going to be seeing the Red Soul and the Blaster come out here. It's going to be a double. It's going to be bubbles on both sides. Bubble trouble here going on here, but we're going to be getting into this match here. Kara going down immediately. That's a great control of map. Immediately gained. Be good for Paint the Square, and things are looking a little bit different already. Pika grabbing an amazing aggressive pick there, and somehow manages to survive that.
Yes, indeed. And Paint the Square is actually in a shockingly strong amount of control right now, with Zenith dropping on to the zone and trying to get some picks with the Squelchers, but they unfortunately go down. But Pika also goes down in the process on the Wiper. The bubble comes out from the Blaster, fighting the Junior here. Tri-Slasher comes out, painting the zone, and this looks like it is potentially the formula for a good retake if the rest of CINTUREO can come back in and pinch fast enough, and it looks like that is going to be the case as Paint the Square goes 3 down, and it is just the Juniors left.
It's just a Junior left. What is a Junior to do in that situation? There's a lot of forward map control gained by Paint the Square, but that combination of the Wave Breaker plus the Inkstorm was a lot of great map control for the side of Paint the Square there. So it ended up, or for the side of CINTUREO there. So they got the retake off that, and they're going to be working raw points here in order to try to come back. A great pick onto Pika from Kara there. But Paint the Square are going to nonetheless try to get back in. That's an amazing pick from Cass there. They're going to be slowly work towards zone here, but the lead has not swapped. It will swap now, though. And CINTUREO in full control now with 30 points remaining to knock out Paint the Square and go on through this tournament.
And you can just see how much these people are being punished for playing so isolated. But that being said, Paint the Square might just be able to cap the zone from underneath their noses if they play this right. But no, they took just a little bit too long to confirm the pick, or to confirm the cap on the zone, and that is going to be, yet again, more points on the board. Something has to happen, and something has to happen fast. They need to be able to get these picks here. And if they don't, then that is going to be game 3, going to CINTUREO.
CINTUREO locked them out, and it's one of those things about, this Paint the Squares are not really getting these strong retakes, and they're punished for that on this map. Maybe they're not the best map to go for, but they showed a lot of promise in the beginning. They took a great first fight and had some great map control, but CINTUREO having an amazing retake, and it's just the difference. That was just the difference between these two teams. But if you're a fan of Paint the Square, don't worry, they were in winners, and they will be making a losers run. You can expect to see more of them maybe later in on this tournament. But CINTUREO keeping this miraculous first seed run going on. See if they will get to grands, or who will stop them.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. Both of these teams are very strong, but CINTUREO was just a little bit stronger and was able to counter Paint the Square's playstyle a lot. Which is definitely really interesting for them. Very well played by both teams. But CINTUREO's playstyle just had the counter on them.
Exactly. I couldn't have said that better myself. Just got interrupted by a door ring. That is going to be our last set. That is all for us here. My name has been Anson, and Ace, where can we find you?
You can find me Acect, A-C-E-C-T on YouTube, and Acect with 4 T's on Twitter and Twitch. I've been live streaming again, and I'm actually doing some coaching streams, mostly for Squid Sushi, but I've also been thinking of doing some streams with actual viewers and coaching them if they get enough traction for that to be a thing I could do. But for now, I'm just enjoying it, and it's fun to actually be streaming again. Planning on streaming Tuesdays and Thursdays, so catch me there if you want to see more of me. What about you? Where can these wonderful people find you?
You can find me over at Twitter at Anson4. It's on the screen right there. Or you can find me over at Twitch over at Sir_Bacon Gaming. And you can find me on YouTube on the same name. I've been streaming to both sites almost daily now. So if you're excited to see something non-Splatoon, since my capture card, I forgot. I lost one of the cables. Shocking. I'm going to have to buy a new one. Yeah, unfortunate. But if you want to see some non-Splatoon things like gotchas like Star Rail or fighting games, come check me out over there. I do stream near daily, so excited to see some of y'all there. But that'll be all for us. We're going to be going over to Peachy, some 2 wonderful commentators for the rest of this tournament. Thank you. That'll be all from us. Stay right there. We got some amazing matches coming right up.
Yep. See ya.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
and welcome back to Triton Cup 70. We are here ready for winners finals. It's CINTUREO, which we saw just the previous game, versus Fruittella, who made it through here, beating their own seed. I am Pat here with Peachy. Peachy, are you ready to see some more zones action?
Oh, you know it. I mean, zones is one of my favorite modes, just because it can be really back and forth. And these are two really good teams that show a lot of promise here, so I'm sure we have some exciting games coming up.
Yeah, for sure. And we are going to start on Umami Runes. Very flat map, very open map. I feel like it's the team that's able to go forward and take control and get under the other team's spawn that's going to make the best points. And for CINTUREO, with Gamaruni, with the pencil, having that extra range is going to be pretty good for them. I know that Fruittella usually doesn't run a back line, I think.
I think the pencil here on the side of CINTUREO is just going to give them a little bit more of an edge, just because it is Umami Ruins, and pencil can just kind of holds down one side while your entire team pushes the other. So, I mean...
Yep. Yeah, but here we go. Let's get right into the game. It's time. Let's see what these two teams have ready. Fruittella, yeah, bringing the heavy edit as a semi-backline. Meanwhile, Gamaruni bringing the blue pencil this time. Earlier it was the red one for some rain, but I guess with Pelu on the Nautilus, the rain is covered.
I think the Nautilus here can give them a little bit of trouble. Especially with rain, but we do see the bucket going down. The heavy edit here is just trying to hold some space with the cooler up, so we'll see how they can approach it from here.
Yeah, so far both teams just looking at each other, trying to get some space. The crab tank is deployed for Fruittella, but the crab tank is not finding any picks so far. It looks like CINTUREO was almost able to attack during that crab tank, but at least Fruittella able to get the zones, able to push CINTUREO away. Zenith is going to get picked for trying to put that wave breaker as far ahead as they can. And right there, Fruittella really keeping CINTUREO away from the zone and keeping this fight as far away as they can.
Yeah, Fruittella's doing a really good job here trying to isolate out CINTUREO, just getting one pick at a time. And CINTUREO really needs specials here, as it's a 0 to 50 push already. They have some time, but you know, it goes quick on zones.
Yeah, but the specials are coming. That wave breaker is going to locate people, but Fruittella answers with a crab tank again, and now the ink raid is not enough to capture the zone. CINTUREO still struggling to push forward to get anything. They got the zap down and they managed to neutralize one of the zones, but they have yet to get that penalty. And with 3 down, now it's their turn to be in control, and let's see what CINTUREO is able to do with that control.
You see that splash over there, still behind them, I'm pretty sure. Just kind of sharking, waiting for CINTUREO just to quit paying attention as they start pushing up into Fruittella's base. So, I mean, the strikes here trying to push out the Dapples. Well, not Dapples,
yeah, and the crab tank deployed behind CINTUREO is going to be a pain in their back, but Zenith just shutting it down, ending it, and it looks like CINTUREO is going to survive but stay on the map, keep control of the zones. They just need to repaint it to deny that penalty. They're gonna... Okay, Fruittella jumping in, and right now they're all clumped in that little zone. It's so dangerous for Fruittella right now. CINTUREO just needs to shoot at them, but Rice Trap is going to give them a bit more space, and they get that penalty.
Yeah, I'm surprised Fruittella was able just to kind of cap that zone there. It was just a big scuffle in the top right of the map there. Just bombs, strikes, everything just coming out at once.
Yeah, everything coming out indeed, but CINTUREO back on the attack. Fruittella, they used all their resources, all their specials to apply that penalty on CINTUREO, but right now CINTUREO forcing them out, getting back that control. They have 25 more points of penalty to get rid of.
Yeah, Fruittella has a chance here. They really just need to just push some specials. With the crab coming out, getting a clean pick on the pencil, and strikes. This may be another zone flip.
It maybe another zone flip, and it may be Fruittella getting back that control now. CINTUREO pushed back into their spawn and chewed down again. Fruittella getting a huge picks right here. If they manage to just keep CINTUREO away from the zone, they could get rid of the penalties, score some points, get the KO. But right now, CINTUREO not relenting. They attacked in a 2v2, they were pushing, no specials, they didn't care. And right now, they're on mid, and they're keeping the fight, and the fight is kinda going their way.
Yeah, their main weapon dominance here is just showing they are just taking these fights and winning over and over again, not letting Fruittella get any more points, just trying to keep that penalty up.
That penalty is not so big for CINTUREO right now, and Punch trying to get something with a crab tank, but not able to really push CINTUREO away. Kera getting the trade, they're slowing Fruittella's advance, and that wave breaker is not going to be able to stop Syrup just before they get the pick. CINTUREO, they're keeping the zone right there. They only have one zone, but if they manage to keep it a bit longer and get control of the other, they could get that lead. Fruittella still around there. They're fighting all around the map, and neither is getting the advantage so far. Fruittella gets it!
I mean, even though Fruittella did cap that zone, you saw what I was talking about with that pencil just holding down one side, but the wipe comes out on CINTUREO. Fruittella has the lead still with 15 seconds left. CINTUREO really needs the specials to get in.
Yeah, with 10 seconds left and the lead, Fruittella is going to get that game won. I did not expect to see that, but CINTUREO really in difficulty right there.
And I thought the pencil was going to be able to hold that zone more, but no. Fruittella really proved me wrong there. Just able to push him out and maintain dominance with Pain.
Yeah, very nice play by Fruittella and really staying in the fight. A Punch with a crab tank behind them, slowing them down and giving the rest of the team the opportunity to come back in, get that push. There was so much happening all around both zones. And in the end, Fruittella just getting the advantage, getting the wipeout and getting the game.
Yeah, that last wipeout was absolutely huge. If there was any question about Fruittella, like, possibly losing that game, it was instantly crushed with that final wipe. Very, very clean. I'm curious to see how this next game is going to play out. I mean, we saw this one, which is kind of a weird map, but, like, I don't know. Both these teams are just so strong. I think CINTUREO may be able to pull something off here.
You said weird map? We're going to flounder.
Oh, well, that's even more weird. Let's be real. I'm not a fan of Flounder. How about you?
It's grown on me. Now that I'm back to playing backlines, I'm liking it less, but it's honestly an interesting map that unfortunately, like, it's too strong to defend top mid. If you have top mid, you have so much of an advantage. But other than that, it's such a fun map to play on, to be honest. It's just that this top mid is so oppressive. If they just had it a better route in, like, I feel like this would be such a great map. But I think Fruittella really likes that map. Fruittella, they don't have a backline. They like to be in an all-out fight all of the time. And this is a great map for them.
I could see the same thing happening as well. I mean, we see the bucket last game just kind of dominating the moment they had a little bit of hype. And this map has hype. Oh,
never mind. It's Inkblot. It changed.
Oh, no, it's still...
Oh, okay. We're still learning how Sendu.Inc is working in respect to map choosing. It looks like it's going to be Inkblot. And is the game start? No, wait.
Yep, they just won Inkblot. I'm actually a fan of Inkblot. We may see an Expo here. I mean, every time I play that series, all the Expo mains come out on this map. So maybe? I have no idea. I'm not sure if anyone on these teams has an Expo in their weapon pools, but it'd be interesting to see.
I haven't seen a good Explorer in so long. I'm not sure the extra ink raid makes it viable. but there's a lot that we could see, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, teams are readying up now.
I think this has to be a little more interesting than Fonder would have been anyway. There's just more space, there's more places to push in, more flank routes. A little bit more diversity. I think the pencil here may not be as good. I wonder if we'll see the swap off. Maybe with the rain pencil, I could see that one possibly working, but...
That's very much a possibility. We've seen Gamaru play that pencil earlier, and that is something that that CINTUREO has in their pocket, has at the ready. I'm really curious to see what they're going to pull. There's a lot, like these players at CINTUREO. They have a lot of weapons at the ready. They like to play lots of different things. Whether it's Pelu or Zenith, like there's a lot of flexibility in what that roster could do.
Yeah, it's always good to have those flexible picks just to keep your opponents on their toes. You never know what to expect. It could be something that you might think, or something out of like left field. You never know.
Yeah, but it looks like our players are taking all of their time to ready up for the game, but it's the end of a countdown, so we are going to start back into Splat Zones. Let's go.
I'm really curious to the weapon picks here. This map's really diverse.
Yeah. Well, no big change from Wait, it's a double Tacticular from Fruittella. I don't think they had double Tacticular in the previous game.
I don't believe so either, but we also see the red pencil coming out from the side of CINTUREO, so...
Yeah, and Zenith leaving the Julie Squelchers and getting a splash instead, and that splash is working pretty well. Early Crab gets a pick and pushes all of Fruittella away. Right now, CINTUREO gets a huge opening.
And with Pelu just sharking underneath with that Tri-Slosher and the pencil, it's going to be really hard, especially as the Crab from Punch kind of just gets shut down prematurely.
Yeah, CINTUREO still keep holding the zone, but Fruittella trying to answer as much they can using both their Tri-Strike and their Tacticular right there, trying to get back in there, but they can't even apply penalty. They need to get the picks right now if they want to stop what CINTUREO is doing, but CINTUREO is just not stopping. They are holding that control of the zone, and Fruittella now they have 23 points to get back in there. The Crab Tank is deployed. That's going to be able to at least apply some pressure, get a few picks, and with a Tri-Strike, maybe they get that zone. They get it in the nick of time. CINTUREO almost got a KO there.
Yeah, but now they're stuck with a massive 70-point penalty, with Fruittella just kind of controlling mid as best as they possibly can. And we may see a Stuka coming out here soon as Kara in the top there is trying to farm it up.
And CINTUREO already answering 2 down on Fruittella, and now CINTUREO starts that push. They use the special and they get that zone just like that. They hold that huge lead that they have. Fruittella answering right away, trying to deny that top mid from the pencil. You know how dangerous the pencil is when it's up there.
Yeah, it has just so much reach, and you gotta be really careful.
Oh, it's just Slub. And Slub completely surrounded, gets a trade, but a trade is not enough right now. And look at that pencil up there.
Yeah, they're already pushing up, and the shot's trying to push up as well, but gets shut down by Andy on that edit.
Yeah, but now it's the turn of a Crab Tank to deny it. Crab Tank versus Crab Tank, and Punch able to push Zenith away. Is it going to be enough to... Oh, wait! There is nothing in terms of penalty left on the zone, and the super jumps on the zone aren't going to help. CINTUREO just dominating that game.
Definitely night and day from Umami Ruins. I mean, Umami was very back and forth, but Fruittella had really one good push there, but other than that, CINTUREO just kind of showed a bunch of dominance.
Yeah. Oh, and okay, now I think I understand. I think score was reported wrong, because now we are going on Flounder Heights a map that was chosen by Fruittella. So I guess we are going to one of the maps chosen by a team that just lost the previous set, which makes sense. Kind
I
of
think-
comfortable.
I think we'll see that Tri-Slosher come out again.
Mhm.
This is Tri-Slosher's playground.
Oh, yeah.
Playground. It's just so good. I mean, I'm excited. Buckets are one of my favorites right now. I'm really enjoying Dreadringer, so to see Buckets strive and just do really well makes me really happy.
Well, this map is pretty much one of the bucket heavens, to be honest. It's going to go to Blounder Heights. And again, I think this is a very, very good map for Fruittella. I think this is the kind of playstyle, the kind of risk, and the kind of geometry that really benefits them.
I can see that. I think Centurio here is going to give it their best shot. And they may pull something out that we're not expecting just because of how diverse their weapon pools are. But yeah, you're right. This is Fruittella's map. They have the weapons just specifically for this map.
Yeah, lots that could happen. It's all going like I wonder what Cameroon is going to choose. And oh, it looks like it could be a range blaster.
I think range could be really interesting. Especially
Yeah.
with the research in the weapon. I'm excited.
Yeah, but here we go. It's Flounder time. Let's see these teams. And Andy bringing the Dynamo, the signature Dynamo from Andy. Meanwhile, we see the Range Blaster. The Tri-Slasher is coming back. You called it, right? Tri-Slasher from Peru.
Yes, this is Tri-Slosher's best map, but the Dynamo makes me so excited, and the Dynamo nonetheless.
Yeah, and it got
Getting
buffed too.
crazy.
Like, Andy was slaying with that Dynamo before the buff, and now they buffed Andy on it, so we can expect lots of power from that Dynamo, and Fruittella gets control right away.
I mean, crazy first push, 3 already down, and we see 2 more go down the side of Centurio. They're just holding so much space, and you see this Range Blaster trying to push in, but with the Burst Bomb, it's not letting them move at all.
Yes, CINTUREO really struggling to get in. Gamaruni, no fear though. Getting in with the Range Blaster, not enough, but leaving the opening for the Crab Tank and the rest of the team to paint at least one of the zones. But you need to paint both of the zones, and all of Fruittella is right there. Painting, defending as much as they can. But it's 3 down right there. How did they get that? And it's a wipeout by CINTUREO.
That Dynamo held out to the very last moment, just trying to keep Centurio back. But now it is Centurio's advantage with Fruittella trying to push back in here.
Yeah, and right now Fruittella, they are on the back foot. CINTUREO has really, really huge defense. I mean, Fruittella, they just deployed the cooler, that's step number 1, but now they need more specials. They need the Tri-Strikes on the Crab Tank if they want to weigh in, and they probably need both. CINTUREO getting the lead right there, and keeping the... Come on! you have to defend, paint, like, you're just letting them in!
And we see the jump out from Zenith's trying to push back, but with the Crab coming out, this may be just enough to hold that zone in Centurio's favor, or at least keep it neutral for a while.
Yeah, Fruittella able to neutralize, but not yet able to apply penalty. They get it, and now we are back to the previous square of Fruittella holding CINTUREO away from the zone, and CINTUREO trying to find this pick, trying to find that way win. The pick on the splash is going to be pretty good for them because Crab Tank is so powerful in terms of defense. Denying that is good. That pick on the Tri-Slasher after the Tri-Slasher got the Tacticular isn't so bad. Right now, CINTUREO still struggling to get in. It looks like Fruittella is pretty close from that lead, Peachy.
Yeah, they were able to get down all their ticks from their penalty. 4 points from a lead here. All they have to do is just hold.
To hold, but all of CINTUREO is up there right now, and they get these extra picks. They are pushing Fruittella away. That's a delayed wipe on Fruittella. If they manage to hold that part of the map, yep, they have all of top mid, and Fruittella, they need to organize a huge push. If they want to get back in there, they have 2 minutes to do so.
But we do see a cooler coming out and strikes from Slurp. We may be able to see a push here with the strikes being engaged, but 2 go down on the side of Fruittella is just that bucket and Dynamo.
And the Dynamo gets put down too, so is the bucket. It's a delayed wipe for CINTUREO, no penalty, and all of Fruittella, they need to throw themselves up that ramp, up that map. The crab tank is deployed, that crab tank needs to get picks, needs to paint the zone right now, but nothing is happening. The zone is neutralized, one zone neutralized for Fruittella, but CINTUREO all around it right there. 2 down on CINTUREO, Fruittella still alive in there, they just need to keep it painted, but they don't!
Oh, well, they're stuck
Just
at
1 point! 1 point and they get it!
The moment the Zap went down, it was over. The Zap was trying to solo hold that zone for the best he possibly could, but the entire team started getting it up on him.
That's such a dangerous map. It's really incredible to see these top teams able to get back on top of a map against other top teams, despite like defending being so good in there. These teams have the way to get back in, and you need to be able to get back in. Given on this map, and Zenith just flexing a bit, losing the map because of it almost. So, yeah, maybe should have used your weapon at some point.
I mean, I would like to point out that with Fruittella's first push and just a crazy dominant hold for the first 50 ticks of the points, CINTUREO did not choke. They didn't stress it out. They just played it calm and ended up winning the whole thing, even though they had a pretty rough beginning. Which is just impressive.
Especially impressive in winners finals of Triton Cup. Like this is not a scrim. This is the end of a pretty big tournament, and right now CINTUREO is on match point, and Fruittella goes to Hagglefish in order to try to counter them.
I mean, I think Fruittella has the advantage on this one because it is a flat one, just like Umami was. So that's just my opinion, though. I think that if we see the heavy edit come out again, it'll just dominate. But that's just me.
I think this is a map that is very good for range, and Fruittella will need to get the flanks to constantly harass that charger that's going to come from Gamaruni, because I expect Gamaruni to bring back the pencil. I have a pencil.
I think the rain pencil here is just better. I really enjoy playing that weapon on this map. It controls so well. But I mean, we're going to find out here in just a second with the game starting to load up.
And the game is loading up indeed. Let's see what these teams are doing. Fruittella ditching the Dynamo. Dynamo's not going to work here. Meanwhile, as you called it, the red pencil is here for CINTUREO. CINTUREO looking to get that match point, looking to get into grand finals. Fruittella fighting to stay in there and defeat them.
We see a nice fight here in mid. Just better to pin up your side first, then go to the zone later. But Andy here with the crazy flank on the right, just trying to put some pressure down.
Putting some pressure indeed, but all of Fruittella is still around, as I say, that their splash falls down, but the flank completely denied right there. CINTUREO just really taking that control of the zone, that control of the map, denying the jumps in, and Fruittella struggling to be there.
Crowny! Crowny with the pigs coming out, and the rest of Fruittella coming in to clean up the rest.
Brownie with the plays right there. Fruittella gets the control of the zone. CINTUREO, and again staying calm, preparing the push. Crab tank going to attack, the other crab tank gets the best of them. Right now, it's really slowly CINTUREO maintaining the pressure, painting the zone, getting the push.
Now that pencil from the side of CINTUREO starting to push up again. Maybe close to rain here. Rain would be really huge, but it doesn't even matter with 2 down on the side of Fruittella.
Yeah, 2 down, Punch. Oh, Punch, they know about where Punch is right now, and Punch getting a pick, but it's only going to be a trade. CINTUREO back in control, but not able to push Fruittella completely away. Punch bought enough time for the rest of the team, and now Fruittella is fighting for that zones as much as they can, but they have 2 down. It's going to be pretty tough on them. It's just Andy, and Andy looking to just survive, stay as much as they can. Andy is challenged by Zenith right there. And, ooh, wait, yeah, no, Zenith is going to get it.
How about Zenith getting dived here by Crowny, getting double teamed? That's the wipeout on the side of CINTUREO. Fruittella taking back control, trying to get the penalty down.
CINTUREO, they got the point, but Fruittella is answering. And right there, Fruittella is ready to initiate that lockdown to keep CINTUREO away. And CINTUREO activating the crab tank, trying to get the other crab tank. Punch, ooh, denying very well, is going to get shut down by that Zuka though. And right now, it looks like Fruittella is staying in control, and CINTUREO is struggling to get in. As I say that, they take the zone.
Yes, Commentators curse right there kicking in. Punch is able to jump out safely, retaining his crab. So, but Zenith popping their crab in response.
Ooh. A bit too aggressive of a crab right there. That Zenith is going to be put down by the bombs and everything. Fruittella has another attack that's offered from there. CINTUREO, they're struggling to really hold that control for long. Fruittella is always able to get a pick or two that allows them to get back in.
We see the double team here from Andy trying to win that fight. Punch able to come out on top with Andy alive still. Cooper coming out, but CINTUREO is holding that zone.
Holding that zone indeed, but Fruittella activate. Oh, that crab tank being punished is huge for CINTUREO. 3 down right there. The zone stays in their control. They don't have that much penalty left. They could extend their lead right there, and Fruittella are going to need to attack pretty fast. The crab tank is deployed. That's a very good start, and with a tacticaler, they need to get in right now because there's only 22 points left.
Oh, but Andy able to clutch up the pick. CINTUREO still maintains control. 15 points, still a knockout, but the cooler comes out from Fruittella.
Bazooka is saving the zone for CINTUREO right there. Fruittella is throwing themselves, but it's too late, and CINTUREO 3-1 are going to grand finals.
Just very impressive hold at the end there. The Zuka was able just to come in and really guarantee that the zone was not going to be capped by Fruittella. They wanted that victory and they took it.
Yeah, very nice W by CINTUREO. Your seed number 1 is going to grand finals. I think they only conceded 2 games throughout this whole bracket.
That's insane. 2 games in Triton Cup? That's insane.
That is domination. Fruittella, until there, they had only lost 1 game. So these 2 teams were dominating the rest of the pack. But now Fruittella is going to go to losers finals, and we will see them after we see a few more games in losers bracket first.
Yep.
But yeah, what a set between these 2 teams. Fruittella, they went right behind them every game.
I mean, these games were just so interesting and just so back and forth. I mean, I was at the edge of my seat the whole time.
Anyways, we'll take a short break so we can prepare the next game to not go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and we are back for loser semifinals. WAIOU versus Never Back Down, Never What. I mean, winners finals was really hype. So loser semifinals just gonna be as hype because I'm pretty sure both of these teams got wiped out by Fruittella, so they want to come back to take some revenge.
Yeah, the team that wins this one gets to fight Fruittella again. And it's like the concise team name, WAIOU versus Never Back Down, Never What? They're gonna go in a best of three. Best of three that far into the tournament. It's going to be the last best of three of the tournament. It's going to be a tough one. And here we go right away on Chip-Shaped Cargo Company. It's going to be a tough one right there. And let's see what these teams have in store.
A little bit of a long loading here, but so that'll be interesting.
Okay, and I see a lot of Splatanas. 3 different Splatanas are on the map right now.
That is interesting. I mean, the Zap and like Pencil you'd expect, but the Splatanas though, especially on zones.
I mean, they're all 3 of these weapons are pretty good, are the kind of weapons that we love to see in games, and it looks like Never Back Down, Never What is opening pretty strong, getting the picks, and right now already looking to establish that control, painting ahead, and WAIOU are going to have to wait a bit for their special before going in.
Yeah, WAIOU has to play it careful here. But with the shot going down and that hammer is kind of running amok inside of WAIOU's base, they're kind of stuck in right now.
Stuck in, indeed. Never Back Down, Never What are holding the zone pretty well. It's shoot down onto WAIOU. Never Back Down. They have this game in their pocket right now. WAIOU is struggling to get in, is struggling to get out of their spawn to establish anything. Look at WAIOU just sharking there, waiting for the occasion. And WAIOU running at the zone because they have to and getting punished. Okay, not getting punished. Actually, they're managing to get in there. Finally, they're on the zone, but it's too late. And it's a wipeout.
Right. That was a really fast game. Never Back Down, Never What took the zone and ran with it.
Yeah, that team just... that game was all them. They took the first engagement, they took the zone, and then WAIOU failed to push, failed to get anything on them. Never back, they kept it, they just kept that game. That game was completely theirs. And given that it's a best of 3, WAIOU, they need to find very fast, they need to find immediately a way to get back at them.
Yeah, I mean, best of 3s don't give you like any room for like mistakes. So it is now or never. Already match point for Never Back Down, Never What. So this got to be really quick, or you know, a little bit of a drawn out set.
Yeah, especially since remember we're in losers bracket. The team that loses this set, and which could be WAIOU in the next game, is out of the tournament. WAIOU is going to go to Mahi Resort to try to defeat Never Back Down and get a game number 3.
I think Mahi is going to be a good pick for the way they want to play. It's a little bit more flat, a little bit more open, especially with like you don't have to control the 2 little towers to really control the entire map. So a little bit more opportunities for WAIOU to play a little more safe.
Yeah, and I hope we see the Splatanas coming back. It's a good map for Splatana. It's a good game for Splatana. Play Splatana, it's such a fun weapon. For sure. It's a fun class overall.
I think we can see the Splatanas stick here. Splatanas are just really good. Even after the nerf that Stamper got, you still see quite a few. So, I mean...
They still have such very good kits, and the main weapons for fighting is so good. It has so much range, so much damage, so good against objects. There's so much you can do with this weapon. Like, you paint a little bit less, but that's it. It's still pretty much a top tier. WAIOU bringing... Okay, all the Splatanas are back. Yeah.
Cal Deco here. Bracket on zones. That is interesting.
Yeah, and no backline on the side of Never Back Down again. Okay, not as good at opening. The 96 is going to fall right away for Never Back. And WAIOU are gonna get the zone first this time. WAIOU getting finally the momentum that they want, but Never Back Down is answering to that with a wipe out. WAIOU back into their spawn again, BG.
This may be the same song and dance as last game, but I believe in WAIOU with 2 specials up, a Booyah Bomb and a Zipcaster. That might be just what WAIOU needs to try to push in here.
Yeah, and they are using the special, getting a lot. It's just Risu with the Kraken. We'll have to wait a bit before getting Splat because it's a Kraken. And now is Risu able to at least escape? Oh, very nice splash fall. Keeping themselves alive a little bit longer and giving Never Back Down the opportunity to get back in, and Never Back Down is already all around the zone. The crab tank is going to seal the deal. Never back on the zone.
I mean, the Gao there just hard carrying that stall, but one going down on the side of Never Back Down, never what. So, I mean, they're still holding it down, but their penalty is gone. Starting to tick down to almost sub 50 here.
Yeah, almost sub 50, but right now Risu stuck in Kraken country. Ooh! Wade getting a pick at least and getting the jumps in. Never Back keeping control of the zone, and now WAIOU, they need to run at the zone because they're 30 points away from being out of this tournament, PG.
They are holding it down to 15 seconds. Bazooka coming out, getting 2 down, but that's 3 down on the side of WAIOU. Kiki with the cooler and Booyah Bomb coming out, not quite enough. There is 5 seconds left on this clock.
That's going to be game, going to Never Back Down. Never what? They were right to not back down. They are going to losers bracket and they get to fight Fruittella again.
I mean, this is the run back of the century. I mean, Fruittella knocked him down here and they grinded and worked their way all the way back to losers finals. This is going to be probably the most interesting game of the entire tournament coming up. I am really excited.
This is Fruittella put them out in losers bracket in like round 3. That was so long ago. And that being said, it was a 3-0. Never back down, never what. They're gonna need to really activate everything that they had in this because they haven't taken a game off of Fruittella yet.
Fruittella is a really, really strong team, so they gotta really save all of their concentration and strength for this next fight coming up. Because it's back to the best of 5, so it's a bit more of a stamina run than a best of 3 is. So, I mean, we will see. I am super hyped.
Yes, we will see indeed. But we're down with best of 3, PG. It's best of 5 time. There will be a bit more times for these teams to find their footing. Go against each other, and we're gonna start on a cool map. On a map I love, it's Museum.
Museum is always one of the more interesting maps. So, I mean, great round 1 here. I'm looking forward to it.
Yep, and we're going to go to a short break so we can prepare the lobby, get with these 2 teams, and we'll be right back in a second. And we are back with now losers finals. We are getting close to the end. It's Never Back Down, Never What versus Fruittella. Both of these teams have shown us so much good plays, but right now Never Back Down, Never What. They need the comeback because they got put in losers bracket by Fruittella a 3-0. They need a big comeback. We're going to start on Museum. Peachy, are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be. These are two titans of teams really going to duke it out here to go back to grand finals of Triton Cup. I'm excited. With round one being Museum Zones, I mean, this is one of those maps that is anyone's game.
Yeah, lots could happen. And yeah, that control of top mid, that control of the zone, that ability to deny the opponent from pushing, if you can get on the opponent's platform, you can do so much. Teams are readying up right now. We saw Never Back Down, Never What running the Splattellas and getting very, very good value with it. Fruittella also not have, I mean, neither of these teams has a backline, I think. So we're going to see lots of fights.
I'm excited. This is going to be one of the more aggressive maps I think we're going to see today, especially once you get up on their plat. Lots of fighting, lots of interesting scenarios, hopefully.
Yeah, lots of fights. And these are two teams. These are 8 players that love fighting, that are constantly going to be there, maintain the fight, maintain that pressure. And it's all going to be about winning that fight and then pushing the other team away, keeping the fight away from the zone once you've won that first big fight.
Yes. The players now are readying up. We almost ready to get going. I am curious though. I wonder if this is going to be one of those sets that's like clean 3-0, or is it going to be all the way to a game 5? I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, Fruittella is for sure the leading team coming in there. Never Back Down, Never What are the underdogs, and they're gonna need to get in there if they want to take games. I'm giving it to Fruittella, but Never Back Down, Never What. They deserve their name. They're gonna fight till the very end, and let's see how they do.
I'm very, very curious.
Yeah, Fruittella coming with a double tacticular.
Double stamper though.
Yeah, double stamper by Never Back Down. Double stamper pencil and a 52 gal. That's a lot of range for Never Back Down.
Yeah, I mean, they a little bit insane on that range, but the heavy edit is just trying to hold this space with 2 down on the side of Fruittella. Never Back Down, Never What, able to get some crazy space in the end.
Getting space and getting ahead right there. Risu with the 52 already on the platform, keeping that wall, allowing them to just be there, occupy that space. And we see Never Back Down just getting in, and again, as they were doing the last set, creating the surprise, forcing the other team to really fight more than they thought they would.
Yeah, this grab able to push some players back. Pikachu here's trying to get picks. That's 1 down on the side of each team. Risu's just trying to hold that space with Gao. We really love what the wall is going to be able to save him.
Yeah, the wall is there. 20 points left for Never Back. And Never Back 2 down, though. They're going to have to concede the zone there. Fruittella back in there, holding it, and all of Fruittella finally making points, finally holding it, and challenging that platform, pushing Never Back away.
Yeah, I mean, the Booyah Bomb coming out inside of Fruittella, able to isolate the 52 gal, which is absolutely huge. A crab is going to come out, pressure that pencil, 2 down. It is just the swords.
Just the swords, and Fruittella really reversing the momentum, reversing the power right there. Never Back Down. Really struggling to get in, struggling to get back in there. It looks like Fruittella is making more and more points, getting closer and closer to that 10-point mark that would give them the lead and possibly the KO right there.
Yeah, but two down, going down on Fruittella. The Splash able to hold two from the Splash. This may be the lead swap right here.
This may be the lead swap, and right now, Never Back, they don't have anything to get at the zone. They're gonna get destroyed, and Fruittella takes that game 1 with a KO. Never Back Down. They had a good lead. They had. But they didn't have him much. Just 10 more points. They had that KO. Fruittella gets it.
That's just crazy. I mean, Fruittella was on the back foot that entire round, and then just no. They're like, we're not done yet. They hold it.
Yeah, it's really staying calm, keeping that control of the map, keeping that control of the game. That really paid off for Fruittella there.
Oh yeah. I am excited, but with Splat Zone Sturgeon coming up, yeah, no, I'm not a fan of this one. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I do not like Splat Zones. I don't like Sturgeon in general. How do you feel about this one?
It's such an awkward map, and it depends on so many things, on how you play, what teammates you have. There are so many different dynamics that can happen on this map, and that's the reason why I like this map so much. Because there are lots of different plays that can be made on different aspects of this map. But it's also a map where it's so tough to get back in there, to get lead back, that to get back to the zone really is tough on this map. So I'm really curious how they're gonna play this.
I am interested. I do think we'll see the pencil again. But with the way that Fruittella plays, I'm not sure how well they're gonna be able to hold that.
Yeah, lots that could happen, and lots of options possibly. It's not the best pencil map, to be honest.
But I still think we're gonna see it. It's because of how good that weapon is, just in general. Let's see.
Okay, and the game is starting right now. We are gonna see Fruittella bringing the Dynamo for this. Honestly, pretty smart. And meanwhile, no, sorry, Never Back to the regular wiper for Anche, and no backline again.
I think the Dynamo pick here is to be really good, but with the bucket going down pretty early on the side of Fruittella, I don't know. But the crab, though.
The crab is getting a few picks, is getting a lot of control, and right now Fruittella has control of the map. And she, with the wiper, trying to get to deny some space, but is pushed away. Despite having the hammer, is kind of forced to go away by Fruittella. All of Fruittella is looking at them right now. They're still there. They're still maintaining that aggro. But Fruittella is holding that zone.
Fruittella is not willing to give up control easily, especially with this crab just trying to stall out this left-hand side of the map. They're just really good at isolating all the players of Never Back Down, just constantly keeping one-on-one fights as best as they possibly can.
Yeah, right now Never Back Down is struggling to get past that snipe, to get anywhere near the zone, and Fruittella are looking to get a very quick KO. Never Back, they need to throw all their specials at the zones right now. They need to get in, but they have 2 players down, and the crab tank just expired. If Fruittella is able to paint a bit more, they're gonna get that game. It looks like Never Back have their last shot. Wait, what? How do you neutralize that? How?
The hammer was their only shot. 3 down. That is game 2 for Fruittella.
Fruittella coming in strong, looking to repeat that 3-0 that they got against Never Back in winner's bracket. Fruittella really wanting to come back strong into grand finals, and they're just one game away from it.
They are they're just coming in guns ablazing, ready to take it. And it's really, really showing here. I mean, 2 back-to-back games and knockouts as well. I mean, they want the run back.
Yeah, it's been pretty strong. Never back. They managed to get a push in game 1 and managed to get a good amount of points. But Fruittella, once they have that control, once they're in there, Never back are not able to push on them. And you need to be able to push on the other team if you want to win the game. And their last try will be on Robo Roman.
Yeah, they have 1 shot, and this map, I mean, I could see it going pretty back and forth. It just is one of those maps where there's more options, so maybe the double swords could do something here.
Double Souls can do something, no Souls has to do something. Never back down, never what?
I mean, they gotta live up to their name, you know? They can't quit till the very, very end.
They have to fight, they have to get it, but Fruittella's right now looking so strong, so in control, never back down. They need a way, they need a way to push that has eluded them so far. This map is probably better for getting a push than the 2 maps that we just saw. So if anything, this is the map where Neverback has to go forward, has to win.
They don't really have a choice here. They just gotta get in there and do it. I think if Never Back Down really stalls this one out, it's not gonna be a good time. I mean, Fruittella is very much, I'm gonna W key this entire team until we win. So you have to counter that with even more aggression.
Yeah, exactly. That aggression by Fruittella has to be met, but right now, oh wait, you need 4 players to do that.
Yeah.
You need 4 players to do that. 3 is not enough. It's not going to work. This is not a good comp. You only have 3 players. Please reset the game.
3 is the magic number.
No, you need 4 players to play the game. This is not cool.
I mean, never back down, never what?
You're allowed to have 4 players. Your 4th should not back down. Okay, their 4th just joined back into the lobby, so we're gonna start very soon.
I wonder if we're gonna see the same weapons here. I'm not sure if the DC rules would stick with the same weapons here at Triton Cup, but I mean, I would gentleman's rule it personally. Be like, all right.
I mean, this is Never Back Down's first DC of the set, so they're allowed to come back in there. Because it's losers bracket. Come on, we give it to them.
I mean, they've worked hard. They've gotten until losers finals. So, no joke.
And it's telling that Never Back Down, never what? They're very good. They got cleared to this final. They're top 3 of this tournament. But it looks like Fruittella is just one step or 2 steps.
We're gonna restart this right now. Battle's loading up. So there we go. Now we got all 4. That's what you want to see.
Yes, that's what we want to see. Fruittella bringing the Dreadringer for this. That's going to be some Rift Slider action onto the zone. Meanwhile, Never Back Down, never what? Doubling down on the double sword. Hassan bringing the Tri-Slasher to get these tacticals. That's going to be even more fights for Never Back Down.
I'm really excited. Rift Slider coming out early, able to find 1 pick, but gets traded out by that gal.
It gets traded out, but gives the zone to Fruittella. Fruittella already holding the zone right there, and Never Back Down. They need that push now.
Yeah, I mean, Fruittella coming out with a crazy strong lead. And I really do think that that Dread pick is just so good. I mean, this map is, like, built for Dreadringer.
Yeah, it's so dangerous right there. And Fruittella are holding so strong right now. Never back down, never what, using the crab tank. This is when you attack. The killer whale is from, the tacticular is from, never back down is using everything they have to attack to get in there, and it's working. They stop that onslaught that Fruittella has put on them, and right now Fruittella is on the back foot, has numbers disadvantage and never back down. Finally got a push, finally got the zone, and are looking to make some good points.
I mean, this may be their chance right here. They're almost down to a lead SWAT, about 15 more ticks, but the zone cheese from the Reslider comes out, immediately swapping the zone into Fruittella's control.
Yep, the zone is now yellow, and look at that. Players are falling. Fruittella is moving forward, and she's behind you, bro. They don't know where Anchi is. Like, okay, they know where Anchi is now. And she getting one with the Ultra Stamp. Getting another right there. Almost getting a third. That's going to be zoned back into blue.
I mean, only about 25 points on that penalty. They're trying to get it down. They do have that Dreadbringer down on the side of Fruittella, and it's really just a game of specials right now.
Yeah, Fruittella waiting for the opportunity right there. They already have the crab tank at the ready, and lots of special are ready to come with the tacticular. Everybody's going to attack, and she getting a trade there with the Stamper is going to give the lead to Never Back.
But I mean, as we say that, the zone does go back to neutral, putting down another penalty. Reslider coming out, not quite able to find anyone. And Asan here, just finding pick after pick with that Dry Slusher, but that's the wipe.
That's the wipe, and Fruittella doesn't have that much penalty left because the zone was yellow during that whole team fight. Which means Fruittella right now are just a few more seconds away from getting that lead right back, and they get it. Never back down, never what, unfazed though. They're ready to attack again, and with a crab tank they're gonna run at the zone, get in this fight. But it's not working. Two down onto them. Fruittella holds the zone, holds that control, and never back down. They need to get more picks, they need to get more fights right there, or the crab tank is deployed, and the Reef Slider is ending this. Fruittella 3-0 goes into grand finals.
That Reef Slider able just to kind of hold that zone, and you saw the stamp trying to come out, but it just wasn't enough.
Yep, just not enough. Fruittella so strong in there and never back down, never what, didn't give up, but goes home third in this tournament. But now we're just left with the top two, BG.
Yeah, I mean, this is another run back. Fruittella knows what they're getting into with CINTUREO.
I mean, that's how you get back into grand finals, with a very commanding victory, with a 3-0, with a 3 KOs that were pretty good for Fruittella, and a very good hold on these zones. It's just on Fruittella to now execute against our grand final team, which is I forgot their name, CINTUREO.
Yeah.
But what kind of name is CINTUREO? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm not going to complain. Last set was CINTUREO versus Fruittella. It was very good. Very action-packed. And I think it's going to be even more intense here, because this is to take all right here.
Yep, and we are already waiting for our teams. Do we go to a break, or do we go right into... Okay, we go into a very short break so we can prepare everything. Do not go anywhere. Grand finals next.
Yep. Hello, everyone, and we are back for the grand finale of Triton Cup 70. CINTUREO versus Fruittella, another run back from winners finals. Last time it ended 3-1 in CINTUREO's favor. But Fruittella beat Never Back Down, Never What, in a clean 3-0. So I mean, we're coming back with a vengeance, and I'm joined here with Pat once more. Are you excited to see how it's all going to go down?
I am glad we get to watch this PG. CINTUREO, they've been so strong in this tournament, but Fruittella, I mean, we saw them in losers finals. They were dominating, and they really liked this map. They really knew what to do. They had such a powerful strategy that gave them such a good lead, such good control of all of this. So really, I'm expecting to see at least some resistance for Fruittella, but CINTUREO certainly, they're coming in strong, they're here to win it, so it's going to be a tough one for Fruittella.
And this would be really interesting. I mean, CINTUREO put on such a strong display of strength last time they fought. But Fruittella also knows what they're going into here. So I'm quite curious. I think this is any man's game right now.
I mean, at the end of the day, both teams start with the same amount of points. And Fruittella, they're a team that creates the surprise. They're a team that changes the game, that brings that dynamo to just completely flip the game upside down and forces you to play the way they want to play. And CINTUREO, they're so good. They've seen everything, but they have to get prepared for that.
This is going to be very, very interesting here. We do see, I believe that's Volti from Alliance Rogue, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, it is Volti joining the ranks with Pelukera and Gamaruni.
So, I mean, they're bringing out some strong players for this grand finals set. It ought to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, that could happen right there. And yeah, there's a really... As we talked about that map before, it's a win map. There's lots of ways to play this map, and it's really decided by if you are able to get on the opponent's snipe, to get that control, to push the enemy team away. You can keep that hold on the zone for so long.
This one is just this one's just interesting. I mean, we saw this last round, and it was very Fruittella dominated. So they have a bit more of experience this time around going into it. We may see the Dynamo come out again. I think that'd be really interesting. But you never know.
You never know, indeed. Both of these teams are readying up. It's just 10 seconds left for them to prepare their weapons. I mean, can't blame them for using all the time they have to prepare. This is grand finals. This is what is going to decide this tournament between these two teams. CINTUREO on winner's side, Fruittella, they need to win against this team twice. But this is game one. Here we go.
Oh, the Tri-Slosher in pencil this time around. Okay.
Yeah, lots of pieces moving on the side of CINTUREO. CINTUREO, yeah, no longer Zenith, instead Volti with that machine. Fruittella opening with a crab tank on top of there. If that crab tank can stay there and keep that value right there, that's going to be the zone for Fruittella, and CINTUREO needs to wait up and prepare an answer for that.
Yeah, I mean, we see just the insane force of that Dynamo whenever they're able to get some sort of control on the map. Just holding out all of CINTUREO. Volti going down, but the crab responding from CINTUREO, trying to neutralize and possibly cap.
The zone stays yellow. Fruittella keeps scoring some more points, but they no longer have a Dynamo. They have a crab tank that's going to give the time to get back in. That pick on Volti is so key right now for Fruittella. Fruittella is very, very strong in that game number one, and CINTUREO, they're struggling to get back in there.
Yeah, CINTUREO here is just trying to get back in mid, but we're already down to 20 points, or 21.
Oh, but they get 2 down onto Fruittella, 3 down. It's just
the
ending with
dynamo!
a dynamo. Oh, getting a double with a single flick, but right now it's not going to be enough. CINTUREO, at least they apply penalty and they have that control of the zone. They keep it right now. That dynamo was not enough to let the team get back in. And CINTUREO holds their ground right there. And it's their turn to score some good points. And look at that, they're deep into the court. They're really painting everything blue and forcing Fruittella to use their resources just to get back anywhere close to the zone.
Now we see the crab and the strikes coming out from Fruittella, trying to keep that zone. This may be another swap, but CINTUREO's holding as best as they can with rain on the zone and everything.
And oh, but it's 3 down. It's just Punch with a splash. They didn't apply penalty. Peachy, they didn't apply penalty right there. CINTUREO just need to hold the zone for a little bit longer, and Fruittella has no specials to get in.
Fruittella really has to play it smart. We see the Zap trying to come in to paint the zone. This may be a neutral, but with the crab holding zone strikes coming out, this may be another swap. Putting a massive penalty on CINTUREO, but this may be another zone swap. Yeah, this is
Fruittella, they apply penalty, but they pay the price. They pay the price for it. CINTUREO stays in control of mid, stays in control of the zone. And they're back to square one right now. Fruittella, they need to get a good push in, a push that lasts this time, because they have less time to do it.
Andy even put out cooler here, so this is their chance to try to make a push. But we also do see that CINTUREO is just holding ground so well.
And Crowley able to get a pick, able to get a tactical down, is going to get the jumps, but right now Fruittella needs to paint that zone. Volty using the Zuka, not able to find anything onto Fruittella. Fruittella taking the zone and finally taking back that control, pushing back CINTUREO. And we are back to CINTUREO. It's their turn to struggle to get back in, because this is Sturgeon.
Yeah, you really want to keep control of the pit as much as possible. But we see Fruittella trying to get that penalty down. About 20 more ticks, but the bucket goes down to that crab. Pencil starting to go up, trying to take some space, and that's another tap.
That's another tap. That's another flip of the zone for CINTUREO. Fruittella still getting the zone, still in there, but there's just a minute left. They need to get that lead, and there's 2 down on CINTUREO. Fruittella, they don't have that much penalty. They could get back in there. They could get that lead here, and I mean, if they get the lead, they pretty much get the game.
Yeah, with about 40 seconds left on the clock, CINTUREO really needs to try to get back in. With 10 seconds left on the penalty, it's only a matter of seconds, but with strikes and a crab coming out, but we do see the rain down to 15 ticks left on the clock.
15 and 11 points left. It's 2 down onto CINTUREO. CINTUREO needs to paint the zone right now. The crab tank is throwing so much paint onto the zone. It's 2 down onto Fruittella. 3 down. It's just Andy with a dynamo, and Andy is back from spawn. CINTUREO holding, and with just 10 seconds left, they're gonna get game 1.
Absolutely massive final push there. 3-2-1, and that is game 1 in CINTUREO's favor.
But that was such a close game 1 for CINTUREO.
I mean, Fruittella almost had it.
Yeah,
they had a crazy good start, and they were holding out as long as they possibly could.
Just a few points away, and this is like decided by one fight, by one move, by one team coordination at the right time, well-used special. It's all the difference between these two teams, but CINTUREO just getting it, just getting that extra pick, that extra drop of paint on the zone, and winning by just 9 points, 2 points away to 11. That was so close between these two teams, and Fruittella, they have yet to really push CINTUREO out there, yet to take a game, but they're so close to it.
I mean, they definitely held their own in that game. And they still have some chances. I mean, the thing about best of fives is that you have time for mistakes. And what is this crab leg? We're going on to crab leg capital.
Yep.
Pencil here is going to be annoying. I can say that much.
Pencil, I mean, we like the pencil is coming back. It's pretty much a given. We're seeing the pencil come back in on the side of. Oh, and Fruittella is bringing a pencil too to answer Gammarooni's pencil, but it's going to be blue versus red. Which is your favorite Pokemon game?
How about Jedi versus Sith? Let's see here. I mean, very back and forth in this early game. Both pencils are trying to just fight for it, but Centurio takes a nice early couple points off.
Centurio opening. Ooh, yeah, that rapid almost punished the crab tank, not able to get it, though Fruittella have their machine down right now. Fruittella is in green, yeah. And Centurio has lost one player. Okay, right now we see picks after picks, both teams just going at each other, but it looks like Centurio is holding the zone from there, and Volty getting picks.
And Volty's just going in, trading out with the splash. 2 down on the side of Fruittella. It's still in Centurio's control, too.
Yep.
Ooh. The Inkjet taking down the pencil on Centurio is not optimal. But, they're still holding that zone down to 60.
Yeah, and losing that pencil isn't so bad for Centurio because that's not the tactical output. That pencil is important for paint, but look at that. Centurio keeping the zone, not getting penalty, and Fruittella finally, after so much effort, able to get that zone, but not really able to push Centurio away. Centurio getting the zone right back right after that.
Yeah, but that's also rain coming out, so that's a crazy flip. We see the Inkjet and the machine just trying to push up, but Volty responding with Azuka. Ooh! Picks with that Azuka.
That Azuka got you. That is huge. Fruittella has that attack, has the opportunity. This is when you make the points. Kara getting the crab jewel with Punch, losing it and losing their life right there. The Punch punished right after. Fruittella still has that control of the zone, and they are in queue to take that lead.
And we see the rain just coming out, trying to push them back. Volty here, unfortunately, losing the fight. But that is a neutral. That is 1 point. It's back in Centurio's control, holding that lead, even by just a little bit.
That lead is going to be broken by both teams, I expect. But Centurio making a point of keeping it or staying in control and back on the attack. Peek on the splash before the splash can use the crab tank. Andy activating the Inkjet and able to harass a bit, establish a few more pressure, gets a peek on there. That's going to give Fruittella the opportunity to move forward, but they're punished. Tacticular is standing onto orange ink. That is so dangerous for Fruittella there. And Centurio, no penalty. Centurio, no penalty. They are so close to getting it. Andy is pushed away right there. Centurio holding the zone, Peachy.
All they have to do is just hold it. This is 10 points. Inkjet going down. That's 3 down. That is the delayed white for Centurio, taking game number 2.
And Centurio is now 1 game away from being your Triton Cup champion. And by the way, Pelu and Gammarooni, they won paddling pool this Wednesday, so they're about to be back-to-back Dapple production champions.
I mean, you can see why. I mean, look at the pressure they're putting out. Absolutely crazy.
This is so strong, the game that Centurio is putting. But it's just that Fruittella is close, is able to fight them, is able to contest positions, to get the game. They were close to the lead. They got the lead in game 1. It's just that Centurio in the end pulls through, manages to get the last fight, manages to get the last word and the last points.
Yeah. how else is gonna go? Next game's gonna be just absolutely insane. It's Splat Zones on Mahi Resort. Match point already for Centurio. Fruittella only has one more shot. They have to just completely reverse sweep it if they want a chance of winning.
It's going to be pretty tough for them. But on any map where you'd want to do it, Mahi Resort is a classic. It's a map that, like, these teams, these players, they practice so much. It's a known quantity for them at this point. It's a map where we know top players love to play, and that has to count for something, because for Fruittella right now, it's about the mental game. It's about resetting, breathing, reversing the momentum, and getting back in the game.
They just gotta keep their heads up. I mean, they made it this far. Why give up now?
No point in giving up, indeed, but let's go. This could be the last game of this whole tournament. Fruittella versus CINTUREO. I mean, let's see how they do. Fruittella bringing the range blaster. Meanwhile, CINTUREO.
Oh, bucket? Okay. Very interesting comps here.
Yep. Yeah, if Fruittella is able to establish that range blaster in position, that range blaster is such a pain to pencil. It's a great counter to pencil, but you need to take this position, and right now the crab tank from Punch is doing exactly that. It looks like Fruittella is able to take the zone.
Yeah, nice early lead here, pushing out CINTUREO, forcing its players just to kind of play it safe and try to get specials.
Yeah, Fruittella, very nice opening and getting 2 down in continuation. CINTUREO really struggling to get in, but Volty now activates the offense, getting punished for it, but at least getting a few picks. Fruittella staying in control of the zone. They're halfway through it. They're only 40 points away from a KO, and CINTUREO has yet to do anything of consequence.
Yeah, but Volty able to punish this range blaster with Zuka online, trying to find a couple picks with it, taking control of the zone. It is now CINTUREO's time to try to hold.
Yes, CINTUREO able to take that control, able to pick that range blaster, and now Volty is right under there. This is when the two slushers become so dangerous. They have the fizzy bombs, and they have that ledge camping. Volty getting punished for it. Pelu is punished too, right there. Fruittella is so close to the zone. The crab tank is probably not going to be enough to defend it. Fruittella applies penalty, gets that control, and pushes CINTUREO away.
Fruittella is doing a really good job with their retakes on this map. He's able to keep CINTUREO at bay. But as they say that, CINTUREO is trying to make a comeback here. Volty trying to push up on the right with that range. New buff, keeping him healed. But 3 down!
3 down, and now CINTUREO has a very good hold on the zone, but they need to hold it a bit longer if they want to get that lead. The pick on the pencil by Slurp! Slurp, very, very good play of the blaster right there. And Fruittella holding their own, 2 players down though. That crab tank really needs to get value, otherwise Fruittella is in deep trouble. CINTUREO is looking to get that lead there, but they have 2 players down. Fruittella is back in bench. Everybody's going down right now, but it's a wipeout. Fruittella pulls it, keeps the lead, keeps control, keeps the zone.
And this game's having close to being over. We still have over 2 minutes on the clock. Range blaster going down. This is the time that CINTUREO wants, and they need to try to push into the zone.
They need to push in. They already get the blaster. Getting that blaster is key. The crab tank is another crab tank duel, ending pretty much in a draw this time. But Fruittella pushed away with 2 players down. They have to jump out. It's just the heavy edit surviving the attack from CINTUREO there.
This is just a paint game at this point. If CINTUREO is able to hold paint, their penalties almost gone at this point. They just have to hold.
They have to hold, and look at that with the point sensor that they got thanks to Volty. They know where everybody is. The bazooka is thrown right there. 1 point, just 1 point, and they get the zone back. They get that 1 point. That's lead for Centurion. 2 down onto Fruittella Punch. Last standing with the crab tank is just trying to stay there, but all of Fruittella falls down.
The insane last push with the wipe to clutch up Triton Cup number 70. That is back-to-back champions right here.
Yep, back-to-back champions for Gamaruni and Pelu. With Kira and Volty this time, that was a pretty good tournament from them. Fruittella tried their best, but in the end, CINTUREO so strong, dominating that set. And yeah, that was Triton Cup 70.
Insane climax, if you ask me. I mean, Fruittella put up a really good fight. I mean, that is some of their best showing I've ever seen. I can see them winning Triton here coming soon. They're just really good.
They're getting there, and they're proving every time we see them play. They're really bringing the level up and showing that they are able to compete at the highest level. They're not able to beat the best teams, but they're the team like that gets second in the tournament. That's already pretty good, and I know we're gonna see more of Fruittella in the future.
I do not doubt it, and I'm excited to see their growth. I mean, those guys are already crazy at the game as is. I can only imagine with a little more time, you know.
Yep. But that means, Peachy, that this is the end of this tournament. And before we say goodbye, where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at peachypuff_SPL, and sometimes on Twitch. I stream a little bit. But where can everyone find you, Pat?
You can find me on Twitter at PatOrTom. It's written on the screen with underscores in between on Twitter and without the underscores on Blue Skies. That's pretty much it. And our streamer Jorian, where can we find you? I always forget your Twitter handle. I know it's Jorian. Yeah, Jorian51 on Twitter for our beloved observer Jorian. Thank you so much for helping us watch these games. It's been
thank you.
Awesome. And thank you all for watching us.
Yep, always a pleasure, guys. I mean, it's just so epic to do this, and we hope you guys enjoy.
Yep. Bye-bye.